You don't need me to tell you that. It's absolutely everywhere. Yeah, I mean, it's history, innit? It's history. It's absolutely historic. It's a massive, massive day. And this really is something that we're going to be remembering and talking about for a very, very, very long time. I think it's really strange, isn't it? Because I don't think any of us can really comprehend how big today is, because we don't quite know what the effects of today are going to be. But potentially everything could change. Clearly, it's not going to change straight away. In fact, the sale, I don't believe, has actually even been totally gone through yet. I think they said that they'll be looking at the back end of this year for it to all go through. But it's pretty much done. It's all done. They've just got to sign the documents and process the forms and all that kind of stuff. So that's why they're announcing it, because it's pretty much done. It's just technicalities at this point, which should go through and everything should be fine. What everyone wants to know, what everyone's asking is, what does it mean? What's going to happen? Are my prices going to go up for the pay-per-views? Blah, blah, blah. And the honest answer is no one knows. I mean, no one's got those answers because, to be honest, I don't think that WWE have those answers either, because I think what's going to happen is I think they've got some ideas as to what they want to do, but I think they're going to sit down and they're going to really evaluate everything. I mean, they've been negotiating this deal to kind of bring the companies together. I'm sure there have been discussions about, well, if we do it, we can do this, we can do that. At the moment, we're getting this much money for TV. I reckon we can get that much money. If we combine the companies, we can look to do this show, or we can look to go there, or whatever it might be. I'm sure those conversations have happened, but they won't have been fleshed out. And so I think WWE probably don't have the strongest idea themselves as to what the future actually looks like. But I think we'll get into questions and everything. The big thing is that it's, just don't panic. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to gauge kind of how people have reacted to it, to be honest, because there's obviously been a lot of noise around it today. I think most fans just want to focus on what's going on with the show, want to focus on Cody, want to focus on Roman, want to talk about tonight, Bron Breakker coming up, all this kind of stuff. So I think most fans probably just want to focus on that and talk about that. But the sale is, I think Vince McMahon worded it probably better than I could. He said that all 39 WrestleManias combined will still not be as big as what is going to be happening and what is coming. All 39 WrestleManias combined together is not going to be as big as what is on the horizon. So as much as everyone probably wants to be talking about Cody not winning and all this kind of stuff, the sale is such a big, massive thing. It is so big. I couldn't do it justice. There's no way I can do it justice as to how big of a deal this is. Because as we said, everything could change. But again, without spooking people and people starting to panic or anything, we're not expecting anything to change anytime soon, because the deal doesn't go through till the end of this year. Even then, I think what you will see them do gradual little things. But those things will largely be business things. Triple H is still running creative, so we're not going to be seeing creative drastically changing. I don't think you're going to be seeing it's not like Raw's going to change its name. WWE's not going to change its name. I mean, eventually these things could, if they wanted to. It's completely up to them what they want to do. But certainly it's not anything that's going to be happening in the foreseeable future. And so it's weird, isn't it? It's like that old saying, the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's like everything's changed, but also everything's exactly as it was. So it's a weird one to be talking about, but obviously it's one that is dominating the news at the moment. Ashton said, R.I.P. Bushwacker Butch. Absolutely. Yeah, very sad news. I mean, he had a good innings. I know that doesn't really make a difference, but I think he was like 77, 78, something along those lines. I did put a tweet out just saying that, and I mean it as well, absolutely one of my favorite tag teams of all time. In-ring wise, they were very good. They weren't used for their in-ring. So, I mean, if you're looking for like 5-star Bushwacker matches, you're really going to struggle. I mean, they were their day's version of Breezango. They were their day's version of Maximum Male Models. They were the comedy tag team, right? They were like Otis. In fact, if Bushwackers were around, I could see Otis like joining up with them, because actually American Alpha Academy, probably a really good comparison, because Alpha Academy are all, oh, thank you, and they're all fun, right? They try to shoosh and all this kind of stuff, and you've got Otis, obviously, wearing like tops that are a bit too small and whatever. So they're fun, but also they can go in the ring, they can wrestle. And in a way, that was the Bushwackers. You know, the Bushwackers were more than capable wrestlers, very good wrestlers. But it's just WWE didn't need them to do that. WWE didn't have any desire for the Bushwackers to be a big, successful tag team. You know, didn't have any desire for them to be like tag champs or anything. But what the Bushwackers were is they would come out with their walk and they would entertain the fans and especially the kids. And actually, they would even go up to the kids, and you wouldn't get away with this now, but they would go up to the kids as they would walk into the ring. They would grab their heads and they're like, lick their, oi! And then they'd go walking off. And like everyone in the crowd, as soon as they come out, they'd be doing this as the Bushwackers are making their way down. And honestly, if you was a kid in the front row and you got licked by Luke or Butch, I mean, first of all, I'd imagine you probably smell like sardines. But second of all, I mean, you'd be over the moon. I would love to have been licked by Luke or Butch when I was a kid in the front row. Way! Like, they entertained. They put a smile on people's faces. And as I said on Twitter, it's quite rare for, like, certainly in this day and age, but maybe not so much back then, but in this day and age, it's quite rare for there to be universal love for an act or a tag team. You know, in this day and age, if you say, oh, I like Sasha, there'll be a load of people that say, I don't like Sasha. Sasha sucks, right? If you say, oh, I really like Bailey, oh, nah, Bailey sucks, right? I mean, it's like, everyone's got an opinion, and, you know, we live in a very opinionated world. I don't know what it was back then. Maybe it's because social media wasn't around. But back then, like, everyone loved the Bushwackers. I never met anyone that didn't love the Bushwackers. Maybe if I'd have gone on to, say, the Wrestling Observer forums or something like that, like, there would have been people cringing away. Perhaps the people that hated the Bushwackers just sort of stayed in the shadows. I have no idea, but certainly every show I've seen of the Bushwackers coming out, everyone's joining in and the kids are having a great time, and I loved them. My mates loved them. It's great. It's just great. So, love the Bushwackers. They are a team that, honestly, I mean, they're amongst my favorites, but it's a weird one because, of course, I can't sit here and go, oh, you need to watch this match. You need to watch that match. You need to watch it. I mean, all you need to do is just check them out. I mean, just check them out, watch them, and just look at the joy that they bring to people's faces. So, yeah, it's sad, isn't it? But it's one of those because, you know, he's getting on in age, and it's, I suppose, you know, it's going to happen, innit? It's one of those. It's just one of those. So, I mean, I'm pleased that he had a good innings. I'm pleased that, you know, he lived to a decent age. You know, you're getting into your late 70s. Got to say that's a good age, isn't it? I think that is the age expectancy for a guy. So, you know, I suppose we just have to celebrate what they gave us, and what they gave us was plenty of great memories and plenty of smiles as well. So I know many people out there probably don't know the Bushwackers, or maybe didn't watch the Bushwackers, or if they've seen them, they've probably just seen them a handful of times at, say, WrestleMania or something. But yeah, really fun team, and as I said, such a somber news So, Ashton, shout out to you, buds. Exo Anime said Randy Orton versus Roman for the undisputed championship ? Maybe eventually. It depends how long Roman's going to hold it for, because the reports are that Randy is not close to an in-ring return. We did expect him, or I expected him over WrestleMania. So I did expect him at WrestleMania, but we didn't get that, unfortunately. I don't know. They could be saving him for tonight. I mean, I'm here to talk about whatever you want to talk about. So if you want to talk about the sale, we can talk about the sale. If you want to talk about WrestleMania, we can talk about WrestleMania. If you want to talk about Raw, we can talk about Raw. We can go wherever you want to go. But in regards to Randy, I was expecting him at WrestleMania. We didn't get him at WrestleMania. I think there's a chance we get him tonight, but I'm not expecting him to be challenging Roman or anything along those lines. In fact, I mean, he could come back and cut a bit of a promo. He could be in the corner of someone. He could do a little backstage interview. I think if he does have a match, I wouldn't expect it tonight, but I think it would be a tag match where we ease him back in, because he's been out the ring for nearly 12 months and his injury required pretty serious surgery. There's no way he's coming back and going straight into a feud with Roman. There's just no way. So I wouldn't have that as an expectation. But yes, we could be on the verge of seeing him return, but it's going to be a gradual return. Conor McGregor versus Roman at WrestleMania 40, said Christopher. Steve says, what about some NXT call-ups? Bron makes sense. Yeah, I'm so excited for tonight because historically, this Raw is massive. Like, historically, this Raw is the biggest Raw of the year. This is the one, right? This is the one that you don't miss. This is the one where NXT call-ups happen. This is the one where people turn heel. This is the one where shock title changes occur. This is the one where returns and surprises, debuts, all of that stuff goes down historically on this show. And we've spoken over WrestleMania about how this has been flat over the past few years, thanks largely to lockdowns and pandemics. But there's really no excuse this year. You know, Triple H has had plenty of time to plan for tonight. And add in the fact as well that last night ended on a downer. I think Triple H will be fully aware that, like, we need to give the fans a little something here. Like, we've really, you know, kicked them in the gut. We've really given them a sucker punch last night. We've got to find a way of picking them up. And we've got to try and find a way of really giving them a boost. And so hopefully, you know, that's what we're going to see tonight. I think add in the fact as well, Bray Wyatt was meant to be in LA. Where was he? We know Alexa Bliss was in LA. Where was she? You know, Bobby Lashley obviously upset. So what's he going to do about that situation? Asuka upset on Twitter, saying that the women's division is boring and she needs people's anger and she wants to bring chaos to WWE. So how's that going to manifest itself? Bailey saying all romantic stories have to come to an end by. What does that mean? Like, so we've got wrestlers putting out things saying that they're not, or teasing that they're not happy. Whether that's a work or not, don't know. Feel like a lot of it probably is, but it would certainly tease or imply that change is coming. Right? I mean, Bailey saying all stories have to come to an end. Is that the end of Damage Control? Like, what is she teasing there? There was no, she wasn't connected to a tweet or anything. So certainly it got a lot of people speculating. A few people thinking that Bailey herself could be leaving, which I don't think is the case. My gut feeling would be if we're going to do something, it could be the end of Damage Control, but it could be something else as well. But honestly, I mean, if Damage Control split and we take Io out of Damage Control, put her with Asuka, that could be pretty tasty stuff, man. Add in like Bron Breakker potentially coming up. There could be some women that come up as well. There could be some tag teams that come up from NXT. I don't know that there's loads of people that's ready, but again, the thing with WWE is obviously we see, I mean, for me, Mandy held that women's championship for a long time. Bron held that championship for a long time. It's meant that there's a lot of people that haven't held the championship, haven't held like the top title in NXT. And so you do look at some people and go, are they ready? Are they ready to come up? They haven't really had a run with the belts. But the thing is, if you're going to book such dominant champions, they're not going to get a chance with the belt. So you do look at certain people like Zoe Stark, for example, who's been in NXT for a while now, and she's never had a run with the title, never come close. But how was she meant to? Because Mandy had the belt for so long, and then they put it onto Roxanne. So even though you might look at someone like Zoe and think, I don't think she's ready, she could get called up tonight. We could see Zoe Stark coming up. We could see the Creed brothers. Might be a bit soon for the Creeds, but listen, I've been so impressed with them. Indashir, I mean, Via has already been to the main roster. Jinder knows the main roster. Indashir, do they need to have like tag title runs? So you could see Indashir come up. You could see Zoe Stark come up. There's a few people saying Roxanne Perez might come up because she's lost the belt now. For me, that one would be a bit early, but she could. I think Cameron Grimes, there's maybe a good chance that Cameron Grimes comes up. I would love to see Grayson Waller come up. Bron Breakker, I think, is probably the one, though. That's the one people, I don't want to say are expecting, but if you was to say, name one person from NXT that gets called up tonight, I think most of us would say Bron Breakker. So, yeah, you know, look, there's definitely potential for a few to come up, but as we said, Bron Breakker definitely seems like the one. But there could be more. There really could be more. It's Cameron Grimes as well. I mean, I think Cameron Grimes has got a great chance of coming up because we haven't seen much of him in NXT. And it sort of feels to me like they've probably been working on like an entrance and ring gear and presentation. So I think there's a really good chance that we do see Cameron Grimes tonight. But again, this is what tonight is all about. It's about speculating. It's about excitement. It's about theories. It's about shocks, surprises. This really is one of the best shows of the year, one of the most exciting shows of the year. And under Vince, and certainly because of the pandemic, it sort of lost its way. Under Triple H, though, I'm really hoping that it comes back with a bang tonight. I did put a tweet out. I don't know if you lot saw it, but I put a tweet out just after WrestleMania last night, and people were pretty down about WrestleMania. And I was like, what if Bobby Lashley reunites the Hurt Business and goes after Bloodline and Roman? What if LA Knight turns face and goes after Austin Theory? What if Bray Wyatt returns along with Alexa Bliss? What if Asuka causes chaos in the women's division? What if Switchblade Jay White debuts, comes in from New Japan? What if Bron Breakker gets called up from NXT? What if they announce a draft for a few weeks' time and start teasing that? Like, some of that, not all of that, but even just some of that tonight would be awesome. It would be awesome. There's so many things. I haven't even mentioned Randy Orton. Haven't mentioned the likes of Big E. Haven't mentioned Riddle. I've only mentioned one call-up from NXT. There could be more. There's so much that could happen. There's people turning face. That's could have face turns, could have heel turns, could have factions joining up. We could have tag teams falling. What if Montez turns on Dawkins? Like, I mean, anything could happen. One of the things that was reported, or one thing that was being said, was that Triple H had been waiting for a while now for after WrestleMania to put a lot of his plans in place. Because, and it does make sense when you think about it, as soon as you get to Rumble, you're pretty much locked in. Like, as soon as you get to the Royal Rumble, whoever wins the Rumble is going to main event WrestleMania. Whoever wins the Women's Rumble is going to go after one of the women's titles. You've got to have a good idea by that point as to what you're doing at WrestleMania. So, really, for months and months and months, he has been locked into the plan for WrestleMania. all of a sudden now, he's not so much locked in because, yeah, we got Backlash coming up. Yeah, we got other shows coming up, but they're not WrestleMania, right? They're not WrestleMania. I mean, WrestleMania is the 7th biggest sporting event in the world. So, I think there's a bit more flexibility here now, but also I think there should be an excitement as well. Because as I said, he can do whatever he wants now again. He could do what he wanted before, but like, as I said, very much locked in to the plan. Well, that's done. That's in the past. That was this weekend. Now we can start new feuds. We can, go in new directions, and it's going to be very exciting. Right, let's go down. We've got Delwyn. Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. I just saw Riley say, is there a draft tonight? No, but there is a draft expected after WrestleMania. But I don't expect them to do one tonight, but I think they could announce one tonight. It could be that they tell us that in a few weeks' time, the draft is coming. And so then, of course, people will start speculating as to who's going where and what does this mean. I mean, we've got to do something because Rhea, for example, is a Raw superstar who is now the SmackDown Women's Champion. So she needs to move. And if she moves, what does that mean for Judgment Day? And then, of course, if you take Judgment Day off Raw and Rhea off Raw, you're going to have quite a gap, quite a space, quite a hole in the roster. So you're going to need to maybe move some people from SmackDown over to Raw. And all of a sudden, I mean, the whole thing just starts unraveling, doesn't it? So it feels like there could be some movement coming. And as I said, it has been reported that a draft is on the way. Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. Evening days. Apparently, Triple H opens the show tonight. Raw is very, very exciting. New world title, surely. Or could be a draft, or both, who knows. I enjoyed night 1 more than night 2, Saturday by miles, says Delwyn. Delwyn, shout out to you. Let's try and go through this. Triple H opens the show tonight. Yes, I've heard that as well. He's going to make an announcement. It is believed that he is going to announce, or I'm expecting him to announce about the sale, or talk about the sale. He could announce the draft. It could be that they're not going to acknowledge the sale and they're just going to let the press release do the talking for that. But my initial reaction was he was going to talk about the sale. I think what he probably needs to do is reassure people that WWE is not going anywhere and that WWE is then, now, forever together. And we're still providing you the same content that you know and love, and we're excited about what the future opportunities are, or something like this, right? I think they just probably might want to tell the fans, don't panic, right? Don't panic. I said at the start, it's like everything's changing, but the more things change, the more they just stay the same. Like everything's changing, or potentially could be changing, but it's not yet. And we don't know what is going to change, and we don't even know if they want to change anything. So right now, everything is just the same. So I think that's sort of a message that they might want to convey to the fans that are maybe a bit confused. They've heard something's going on with the takeover. What does that mean? Can I tune into Raw next Monday? Can I tune into SmackDown on Friday? Is WWE going away? Do I have to watch UFC now? Like, they might want to just bring clarity to that. Equally, they might think, well, do you know what? The press conference, the press release, the news outlets, they can deal with that. They'll get the message out. And maybe he talks about the draft. So for me, it's one of those two things. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting him either to bring clarity to the sale and maybe calm any nerves, or the draft, which I really am expecting to be announced and discussed very, very soon. New World title. New World title, I mean, this is one that's been doing the rounds, hasn't it? That there's a new belt design that's been signed off. We could be seeing that. I mean, I wasn't expecting that actually to be... I wasn't expecting that to be the Triple H thing. I suppose it could be. I'd put that... I don't know. Is he going to open the show by unveiling a new title design? I suppose he could. I'd put it as third. I think... I think that the sale... I think that the sale is big news. It's absolutely everywhere. My initial reaction was, it's the sale, and they're going to try and calm people's nerves, and they're going to try and bring some, clarity and settle everything down. Because apparently there's been meetings. I mean, there's a talent meeting right now at 6:00. So, everyone's got questions. And I'm sure viewers have got questions as well. So that was my first reaction. My second reaction was the draft, because that was heavily teased. I suppose it could be the title, but I would put that third for me personally. I'd put it third behind the draft and behind the sale. But, well, we'll find out, won't we? We'll find out. Or it could be the draft or both, who knows. I enjoyed night 1 more than night 2. Yeah, I think most people did, but I would agree. I enjoyed night 1 over night 2 as well. And as I said, I think most people would probably be in agreement with that. Kevin said, how long do you think Roman will be undefeated for? Well, I don't think it'll be too long. I think that he'll be unbeaten until we get... I think he'll be unbeaten until we get to SummerSlam. Because I think they're going to get him the 1,000 days. I think they're going to get him the Pedro Morales record. I know that someone asked and said, did Cody lose because of the sale? And the answer came back, no. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. They're saying that the sale played no part in the story, and apparently the story has been set for weeks. So if that is true, and the sale is not influencing who is winning the match, the main event, the main story, then I can only imagine they're doing it because, as Triple H said last night, Cody wants to finish the story, but in WWE, the story never ends. So he's kind of saying that, we're delaying it, basically. The can has been kicked down the road. So I think they're going to get Roman to the 1,000 days. I think they're going to get him to beat Pedro Morales' record. And then I think we'll be looking at SummerSlam, because I think by SummerSlam, all of that has been achieved. Gives them a big match for SummerSlam. I don't know the next big show after that, in all honesty. I mean, it would probably be Survivor Series. Or maybe one of the Saudi shows. They wouldn't do it in Saudi. They wouldn't do it in Saudi. I really don't believe, unless they were getting paid some serious money, which they are, but even more money. If the Prince of Saudi said how much would it cost to get the title change to happen tonight in Saudi, that would be an interesting conversation. I'd be interested to know if Triple H would go for that. Actually, I bet he would. I know Vince would, but I don't see that happening. So my guess would be SummerSlam, like I think probably a lot of people. Melanie, shout out to you, my friend. Melanie O'Eel says, random question. Have you ever visited Northern Ireland? Do you know, I haven't. And I find Ireland such a fascinating country because it's so close, but it also feels like so far away. And it's a country that I would love to go to and love to visit. Northern Ireland or Ireland, I'm sure there are very rich differences between the two. But no, I haven't. It's very strange. It's very strange, Northern Ireland and Ireland to me. Because, as I said, I've never had a reason to go. It's like, to go there, it would be like you would specifically go there like for a weekend, or you would go there for a reason. I've never had a reason to go. I probably could have at some point in my life set aside a weekend and gone, do you know what, I'm gonna go to Northern Ireland and like just gone and had a look around and done the tourist thing, but I just never have, and I haven't with Ireland either. But that is something that I will rectify, because there are like Visit Ireland commercials and things that you see on TV, and obviously, you grow up watching things like Father Ted. I love Derry Girls as well. I think it's such an awesome show, fantastic show. I would love to go. I've been to Scotland and Wales, but they're obviously connected to England. So you just get to them by car. but like actually go into Ireland. I think you can take a ferry, maybe drive on a ferry and like get over there. But I've never done it. But it is something I would love to do one day. So Melanie, shout out to you. It was random, but I love it. Inks does literally nothing. Said, how long do you think Sami and Kevin will hold the tag titles? I would go with the summer. To be honest, I would go with the summer because I don't think they need to hold them for long. I don't think they're going to be a long-term tag team. I could see them again, maybe losing them at SummerSlam. And then we go and start a story and do something as we build to WrestleMania. Or it could be that they keep them on them for the next 12 months and they eventually lose them at WrestleMania 40. I personally would like to see them not hold them for very long because I'm not massively into them as a tag team. I know they're brothers. I know they're close. I know that there's a wonderful chemistry there. And, you know, I know their match was very well received from WrestleMania Night 1. But for me, I just love them as solo stars. It's as simple as that. I've loved what Sami has done with the bloodline. I must admit, I mean, even the stuff he was doing with the Jackass stuff, I mean, he was making it work as best he could like last year. And, you know, there was some fun stuff that he was doing because, do you remember, he actually went to the film premiere and he was at the film premiere of Jackass Forever causing some trouble. And do you remember like all the little tweets and texts that were going back and forth between Johnny Knoxville and Sami? Like when he gets his teeth into like a story, when he gets his like, this is what Sami is so good at. I mean, he really puts his all into everything he did. And we saw that when he was in the feud with Johnny Knoxville. They were doing some wonderful stuff online. They did a whole thing where Johnny gave Sami's phone number out, and so on like social media, Sami would be like answering his phone, and it would just be random people because Johnny Knoxville had given his number out, and he'd be like pulling his hair out, he'd be like getting all worked up and everything, and he was doing a great job of not only doing what you saw on the shows, but also doing some really good stuff on social media around his storyline. And then, you know, you put him in with the bloodline and I don't need to tell you how good that was. I'm sure that they can do some good stories as a tag team, but I just think that Sami is so good on his own and he really commits to stuff. And not only that, Kevin Owens being a badass, being a wrecking ball, like just coming down, like the KO show is a lot of fun. Him being a badass is a lot of fun. I just think that there's so much to do with them as solo stars. There's so much we haven't done with them. So I'm totally down for a tag team run, but I don't want this to be years and years and years. I don't want this to be like something that really, I don't want to say outstays its welcome, but like, I don't know, I'm just more excited about them as two single stars. I don't see them as a long-term tag team. So hopefully it's the summer. Hopefully they, you know, maybe SummerSlam go a different direction. But as I said, I mean, if it works and if the story that they tell is really good, maybe they'll look to just keep them together all the way through till WrestleMania 40. But I can't really judge because I don't know what they're going to have them do. I'm going to watch and we'll see. But where I am right now, that's kind of where I am. I'm like, yep, I'm here for it. We'll watch it. We'll enjoy it. But I know that I want to see them separate and, you know, let's tell some stories. So, but we'll see what they've got lined up for them. Right, let's go down. I think, was it Shrek? I don't know how you pronounce that. I'll go Shrek. What time does Raw start and what time zone? Raw starts in an hour and 24 minutes in every time zone. I mean, that is when it starts. It might not get shown on the West Coast at that time, but my understanding is that it starts in an hour and 24 minutes. So, yeah, and it's going to be good as well. It's going to be a big one. So, Shuruk, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support, buds. Really appreciate it. I hope I'm right with that information as well, because that is what I'm working to. I know we are actually on the West Coast. I believe we're still in LA, but I don't believe it's going to affect the start time. Wrestle with Andy said, we need to revisit the Cena-Roman debate soon. He is moving up that all-time list quickly, says Wrestle with Andy. That's a good point, actually. I don't know where people put him on the list. How does he compare to Cena? I mean, was last night the iconic WrestleMania moment that Roman has been missing, in my opinion. And we went through it. So when he was in the Shields, great team, but they didn't have any iconic WrestleMania moments. Then at WrestleMania 31, he faces Brock, and that is remembered for the heist of the century. Everyone talks about Seth cashing in. I don't really talk about how amazing Roman was, right? So it's all about Seth cashing in at 31. So there's nothing Roman iconic there for me personally. WrestleMania 32, he takes on Triple H. It's pretty fun. It's a fun match. But, you know, is it iconic? I mean, is it blood pouring down the face, Stone Cold iconic? Is it Cena against The Rock breaking pay-per-view buys iconic? Is it Hogan slamming Andre iconic? And I know all of that is a high bar. I know everyone's going to be sat there going, why? I mean, like, you're talking about the greatest WrestleMania moments ever, of course. Roman's not going to have, like, had that, but we're talking about, is Roman on the Mount Rushmore of WWE stars? Like, at the moment, you'd probably go, like, Stone Cold, Rock, maybe Undertaker, Hulk Hogan, John Cena. You know, at what point does Roman Reigns go onto that Mount Rushmore? If he's on there already for you, brilliant. If he's not, then why isn't he? What is it that's keeping him off there? And for me personally, it would be an iconic WrestleMania moment. It would be a big, iconic moment that you look at and go, that's it. It's Hogan slamming Andre. It's blood pouring down Austin's face. And I just don't know that Roman's had that, because, as I said, at 31, everyone talks about Seth. At 32, has a match with Hunter. It's fine. It's cool. But I can't think of anything iconic apart from maybe Steph going through a table. I mean, I would say that's a WrestleMania moment. I wouldn't say it's an iconic WrestleMania moment. I wouldn't say it was big enough. At WrestleMania 33, he faces Undertaker. And Undertaker takes his hat and coat off. And for me, that's all about Undertaker. Undertaker, like, puts his arm in the air and retires and done. And that's it, right? So Undertaker goes away. Or at least we thought he did. I don't think there's anything there for Roman. At 34, he has a match with Brock, which everyone was down on. I mean, honestly, that main event it's flat. I mean, that's not iconic to me. So I don't think there's anything at 34. At 35, he is, I don't know who's Baron Corbin, is it? Drew McIntyre? He's facing someone in the mid-card. It's the women that are main eventing, and there's nothing at 35 for Roman. 36, he wasn't there because of being ill. 37 is the triple threat against Daniel Bryan and Edge. I would say when he stacks Edge and Daniel Bryan on top of each other, that's a cool moment. That's a WrestleMania moment, stacking them both and pinning them both. I would say that's cool. I don't know that it's, like, iconic. I don't know that it was quite big enough. I think the match was fine, but again, it's just 38, he is taking on Brock. Unifies the belts. It's cool, but again, is it big? I'd say their SummerSlam match was better. And then last night with Cody, beating Cody was a surprise. It was a great match. Was it iconic? Is it going to be something we look back on? It's such fine margins. It really is fine margins. I think if someone was to argue that, nah, listen, Roman's ahead of Cena, I'd listen to their argument and I might end up agreeing. If someone was to argue, nah, Cena's clear of Roman, I'd listen to their argument and I might end up agreeing. I don't really have a dog in the fight, to be honest. I don't really have a dog in the fight. I think that the Bloodline story's been amazing. I think this Roman heel run has been amazing. I think this title run is amazing. I think he's delivered incredible matches. He's been a part of incredible matches. You know, all of this is adding to his legacy. You know, Montreal was about Sami, but, you know, it adds to Roman's legacy. Last night was, could Cody finish the story? He didn't. That adds to Roman's legacy. And the match being like, you know, a near 5-star match adds to Roman's legacy. And then you look at like him beating Brock. Well, Brock got the tractor and flipped the ring up, but that adds to Roman's legacy. You know, I mean, like he's facing all these people. You know, he faced Drew in Wales, in the United Kingdom, but it's Roman that leaves, and that adds to his legacy. So he's facing all of these people, and all of these people are bringing things to the matches. But because Roman keeps winning, it's his legacy that continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And of course, Roman brings plenty as well. I'm not saying Roman's not contributing. He brings plenty as well, but it's a very interesting conversation as to, you know, where is he on the Mount Rushmore? Where's Cena on the Mount Rushmore? How do they compare? It's a hot potato. Let's put it that way. It's a hot potato. I mean, Stone Cold's clear. The Rock, I think's clear. Feel good about The Rock being clear. For me, Hogan's clear. For me, like, Undertaker, Cena. We're talking WWE here, because otherwise you'd be talking about Ric Flair. You'd be talking about, I mean, you could include Ric Flair anyway, but I'd say Roman's clear of WWE Ric Flair. If you're going to include everything Ric Flair did, then Roman is not clear of Ric Flair. But if you just look at WWE, then, I mean, you could include Andre, of course, but Hogan, you've got Stone Cold, you've got The Rock. I mean, some people might argue Triple H. Some people might argue Shawn. Some people might argue Brett. There's a whole group of them in there. We're not going to get too stuck into it, because that is one that we would get stuck into for a bit too long, I think. There's some conversations I don't think can get out of, and that's one I don't think we would get out of, but feel free to have it in the chat. Dr. Shout out to you. How was your day? Are you a fan of Cole Pilkington? My day was bizarre because we actually streamed yesterday for, I think it was 11 hours for WrestleMania Day 2. So over the weekend, we ended up doing about 25 hours of streams over the past 2 days. So, I mean, it has been full on. So as soon as I finished, I was just reading people's reviews. I was just looking at Twitter. Obviously, there was buzz around what had happened. There was buzz around the sale. There was just so much going on. Sometimes, I mean, it's just really hard to know where to look, because it's like, you know, this is happening with Finn Balor and his head being busted open. This is happening with Asuka. And, you know, she's saying about how she's bringing chaos. There's Bayley saying goodbye. There's news about grizzled young veterans leaving. Have you heard that they have requested their release? The Dyad, the two guys that are in Schism with Gacy and Rock's daughter, they've requested their release. And haven't heard if it's been granted yet, but it is expected that it will be. So they're not happy with what they're doing with Schism, and fair play, because that group sucks. So fair play. So, you know, you've just got stuff like that, haven't you? I mean, there is just so much news all the time. It's just hard to know where to look. So I was kind of trying to do that, and eventually I think I got to about 11 o'clock UK time, or about 10 o'clock, I think. And I was like, do you know what? I just can't. I need to go to bed. So I went to bed, ended up waking up at, I think it was 5, so I had about 7 hours sleep. And then obviously you woke up to the news it had been announced that WWE had been sold. So I obviously wanted to do a video, but I didn't want to do a video without knowing everything. So I spent a few hours then just really watching, like, you know, all the press conferences, the news sites, reading articles, just really getting my head around it all. So I've got a pretty good understanding of it now. And then did a quick little short video because I thought, what will people want? Like, what do people want? What do I want? And I was like, what I want is I just want someone to not waffle. I just want someone to go, this is what's happening. Bang, 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 bang. Because I watched so many videos that were like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, that were super detailed. But a lot of it you just didn't really need. And I was like, I think if I'm a kid or if I just... I think there's real value in a channel just going, here's the news, but no waffle. This has happened, this has happened, this has happened. We think it might go to this. We're not too sure. I'll see you later. Right? And so I was like, I'm going to do that. So I ended up trying to record like a little short thing for a minute. It took me ages because it actually turned out there was way more detail than for a minute. I kept recording. It was coming in like 3 minutes 30. And I was like, no. So I kept having to do it again and again and again until I got it down to a minute. And even then I had to slightly speed the footage up just to get it to fit. It was like trying to shove stuff in a suitcase on your last day of holiday when you've bought loads of things. And you're desperately trying to get the zip shut. That was me trying to do my video today. So I managed to get that out there. So, I mean, that's been my day. That's been my day. And then obviously we've started this stream earlier than usual. And I mean, there's just so much to talk about, isn't there? And was I a fan of Carl Pilkington? Yes, I was. I don't know if you've ever heard them, but the recordings, the podcast that he did with Ricky Gervais, I've got the box set. It is just, you cry with laughter. They did take a lot of them, though, and turn them into the Ricky Gervais show. So those podcasts, they took them and then obviously did animations, and that's what the Ricky Gervais show was. But I think there was ones that they didn't and things they didn't use. And even if you have heard all of that, you can actually find their radio show they did as well. They were on, I think, XFM. So it was Cole Pilkington, Ricky Gervais, and Stephen Merchant, and they were on XFN, a radio station. And so they had a radio show, and again, hilarious. The little links in between the songs, hilarious. And then I think it was from that the Ricky Gervais show was born, and then it was from that the TV show came out of it, and then it was from all of that Cole Pilkington started doing An Idiot Abroad. And started doing all that sort of stuff. So there's plenty to discover with Cole Pilkington, and yeah, he's great. Nightmare Treasure said, breaking news, Bushwacker Butch has passed away. Yeah, Nightmare Treasures, shout out to you, my friends. Horrible news, but as we said, it's probably not the greatest surprise because of his age. But yeah, it is definitely a sad day. Definitely one of my favorite tag teams. And if you want to hear a bit more about all of that, we spoke about it about, what, half an hour ago, roughly. So if you skip back about half an hour, you should find the conversation. But yeah, very sad news. I didn't realize Bushwacker Luke is still wrestling, you know, he still competes. He still actually wrestles. I went on to Wrestling Database. I think it's like Cage Side it's called. And that lists all the matches and whatever. And you can actually see Bushwacker Luke competed earlier this year. So, I mean, that's crazy. That is crazy. I think they're both very close, very similar in age. So he must be in his 70s as well. Obviously not competing in any big promotions. These are just like indie shows. But yeah, some people just can't leave the business, can they? Ric Flair, eh? Yeah, I'm looking at you. Kai Morris said, Days, the first hour of Raw is commercial free. Hang on. Yay! What I will say is sometimes that's rubbish, only because sometimes it's great, sometimes it's rubbish. because sometimes like they leave some of the juicier stuff for later in the show, and they just put some of the more weaker stuff in the hour. Because anything that you really want to see, they tend to use that as a way to get you to come back from the commercial. So, you know, if there's like some really good segments, good matches, they can start them and then, oh, we've got to go commercial. Well, if you come back, you can watch the rest of it. So obviously they don't want to be giving that stuff away when there's no commercials. So I've seen some of these shows where they do the first hour commercial free, and sometimes they can be really good, really fun. And sometimes it can just be a little bit more, they just shove the filler stuff into that hour, and then the better stuff kind of goes into the other 2 hours where we do have commercials. So to be honest, I'm hoping tonight is just going to be 3 hours of great action. 3 hours of shocks, surprises, great matches. I'm sort of hoping there's not going to be any kind of flat filler. I'm hoping it's going to be go, 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 go. So we'll find out, won't we? But yeah, listen, if I can have an hour without commercials, I will always take that. The other thing they sometimes do, though, is they will add extra commercials in the other segments. Definitely, I think that was it the last time that we saw an hour free of commercials. It just felt like the other hours we were going to commercial break all the time then. So they might be a bit cheeky. And actually pump a few extra commercials in the other hours, but we'll see. We'll see what it's like. Either way, I'm excited. I am excited. Right, Days. LA Knights is the most over man in wrestling, and they chose Shane, who got injured during the match, and they picked him over LA Knight. Also, Jay White needs to be at Raw, and Cody for Money in the Bank, says Dominic. Did you see that grizzled young veterans have asked for their release, says James? I did, buds. I did. It was a surprise. Wasn't expecting to see them request their release. But, I understand it, because I don't think Schism have been that great, to be honest. I don't think Schism have been... I think they've been a bit directionless. I think they've been a little bit cringe. I think if they were cool... I thought their masks at Stand and Deliver were cool, actually. But I just don't think it's got much in the way of momentum. And, seemingly the dyad, the grizzled young veterans... don't want to be a part of it anymore. So, fair play. I don't know. We'll have to see what comes of it. Svarta Branda said, hopefully we get a Bray segment or a QR code. That's interesting. I didn't, where's my thing gone? I didn't think about a QR code. So that could be an interesting thing. I do think we get some at Bray related tonight. I think we get some at Bray related, because he's there. It's there. So, I mean, we must be doing something with him. And Alexa was there. So I am thinking that we're going to have to start doing something with those two. Whether we're going to wait till Friday, though, and SmackDown, maybe we will. But, I think there's a good chance that we could see them. Alfie said, I appreciate you and what you do. Alfie, that's very kind, buds. I appreciate everyone's support as well. I mean, this weekend was absolutely fantastic. We on the first day of WrestleMania, we actually had more people joining us than was actually in the stadium, which is just crazy if you actually think about it. Second day, we couldn't quite beat how many people were in the stadium, but we got really close. And considering it's WrestleMania and there were so many channels, obviously any wrestling channel is going to come out and do watch along for like WrestleMania. So it's a really competitive, stacked space. And for so many people to hang out with us was amazing. So a massive thank you. I know I need to do a better job of getting to super chats because I just talk too much. I do need to find a better way of getting to super chats, because there was just trying to find them and get back to them was a nightmare at times. And I need to try and get to more people's comments as well, because I love to see what people are saying. It's great to get an idea as to where the conversation is, what questions people have got, what concerns people have got, what theories people have got. So I suppose in a way you lot can see that in the chat a lot more than what I can. So hopefully you're enjoying reading people's thoughts and theories and comments, even if I don't get a chance to get to them all. So yeah, awesome. I'm glad people had fun. And we're going to have fun tonight. Whatever's going to go down tonight, we're here for it. And I'm excited for it. Acknowledge Me said, who do you think is returning or debuting on Raw? Said Acknowledge Me. I think that we could see Bron Breakker. I hope for Switchblade Jay White, but I really don't know. I really don't know. Because to be honest, it's probably AEW that's a better fit for him. Because he does love wrestling and competing in ring. And I think AEW allows you to express yourself a little bit more than what WWE do. A lot of people, some people could argue in a negative way, because I think if a lot of wrestlers have got so much freedom, it doesn't always translate to making a better product. Sometimes you do need that person looking over everything and everyone saying, yeah, do that. No, don't do that. And kind of, shaping things so that it can deliver the best show possible. So I don't know. I mean, he would be, I would imagine, more financially better off if he came to WWE. I think his brand would be bigger in WWE, his social media, his presence online, his exposure around the world, all of that would be greater in WWE. So really he's got to try and weigh that up, hasn't he? Do I want lots of money and lots of exposure? Or do I want a good amount of money and good exposure? And I don't even know, maybe the same money. It depends how much Tony's offering. But it's obviously a smaller company. It's a project. It's potentially a company that's still on the rise, that's still growing. But I mean, listen, you can be scared about what the sale means for WWE. But if I was Switchblade, I'd be so excited. I would genuinely be excited about the sale, because, you've got this new company. They're going to have connections with UFC. There's potential for, not crossover, but I mean, there's potential for, who knows? Who knows? I mean, you could have like some sort of mega show where there's like UFC on the Saturday and WWE on the Sunday. And it's like a big weekend where you can go and meet the wrestlers and meet the fighters. And it's all just like this big, do you know what I mean? This big weekend somewhere in Vegas or whatever. And like, it's hard to imagine quite what the future's going to look like now. It's hard to imagine quite where we're going, because for the longest time, everything was Vince and WWE's money, and it was Vince's vision and everything. Now you've got Endeavor on board. You've got, more access to more resources. There's access to more money. You've got the whole UFC that you can dig into in however you need to. The ability for crossover. I mean, it is nothing to get, if someone's red hot in the UFC, so like Colby Covington, right? Or Masvidal or Conor, when Conor was, maybe Conor's a little trickier because he's so big now. But, you go back when he was still on the rise and he was starting to really grab attention. I mean, even now, it makes it a lot easier to get Conor to come over to the WWE. It's just everything so exciting. It's so big and it's so hard to know what it's going to look like. I'm very, very excited about it all. I'm very excited. I would say I'm excited more than concerned. I mean, if you think this sale could have gone to the Saudis, that would have been concerning. If the Saudis had bought it, that would have been concerning, because I don't think the Saudis know what's best for business. I mean, I think they just throw a lot of money at things. And I think that they, I could see them potentially getting involved, wanting certain things and requesting certain things. And, you know, one of the interesting things was Ari Emanuel said, the new CEO of this new company, he said, I've got no interest in getting involved in the creative process. Like, that's Vince. Vince has spent 50 years building all this up. So I'm leaving that to him. Now, Vince has said he's not going to do creative, Triple H is. But basically, this new company has come in and they are excited about the TV deals. They are excited about sponsorship. They are excited about opportunities. And as I said, maybe one of those opportunities is a big show for UFC on a Saturday, a big show for WWE on a Sunday, and a massive weekend for fans where you go to Vegas, you meet fighters, you meet wrestlers. There's just massive crossover, and it's just this big global event. Like, you know, I mean, they could do that in a heartbeat. I mean, no problem at all. And so, like, I sort of think that there's a lot of stuff that we don't quite know how it's going to play out, and we don't know quite how it's going to go. But rather than be scared about it, I would definitely be excited about it. I'd definitely be excited about it. So if I was Switchblade, I'd be looking at that thinking, that's the place to be. I mean, there are things happening. There's things going on. There's momentum there. There's money there. There's opportunity there. You know, you look at that compared to, say, AEW, which is bobbing along at 800 and some thousand. They seem to be spluttering a little bit. They're really struggling to, like, getting their momentum going. But even if they do get momentum going, where will they be? They'll be at 1 million, 1.1 million at the very, very best. And now compare that to the sale that just went through. WWE selling for 9 billion, being a part of this massive 21 billion company, siding up with UFC. I mean, like, you got to be excited. You got to be excited. So, in regards to who do I think could be coming in, I would love to see Switchblades. Whether he has already made his decision to go to AEW, though, I have no idea. But he could rock up. I think we could see Randy. I would love to see Bray. I think, I don't know about Riddle, but there's maybe a chance. Bron Breakker, Cameron Grimes. There must be a female that's going to come up, but it's hard to put a finger onto who it is. I mean, if it was, if Indy Hartwell hadn't have won the belt, I would have said her, because they just don't know what to do with her in NXT. But bring her up. You could potentially have Indy and Candice as a women's tag team on the main roster, and that could have been awesome. But she's the women's champion NXT now, so it's not going to be Indy Hartwell. But you could have gone that way. So, yeah, I'll say Zoe Stark potentially, or Roxanne Perez, but I don't think it will be. I think, actually, this is where Mandy Rose would have been called up. I think Mandy Rose would have come up tonight, but she obviously got released at the end of last year. So I think there's more than enough there. If you think that during WrestleMania we had how many surprises, how many things came through, you know? So I think if we get a handful tonight in the 3-hour Raw that we're going to get, I think that would be more than enough. So, yeah, I'm not expecting it to be like double-digit surprises. Probably get like, 3, 4, something like that. But across a 3-hour show, that is clearly more than enough, isn't it? Especially considering how, dare I say, flat that aspect of WrestleMania was, I think that kind of disappointed a few people. William said they have a men's and women's Money in the Bank. We should have a men's tag team Money in the Bank for the tag titles. I think that would be awesome, says William. Phil said Jey Uso will dethrone Roman at Mania next year. Maybe SummerSlam, but most likely Mania. Ray said Miko Satomura could challenge Bianca Belair, or she could be Bayley's next feud. Rare Breeds said she can come back now. They're allowed to have OnlyFans with the new deal, says Rare Breeds. That's interesting, actually, but again, I don't know, because WWE is still a PG product. Clearly, UFC is not. So even though they are both under the same umbrella of being under the same company, it doesn't necessarily mean, it could mean that UFC, WWE do move away from PG. I mean, all of this is what we keep saying, everything and anything could change. So it does mean that they could, but again, the sale doesn't go through until the end of the year. So they're still a PG product right now. Everything is exactly the same right now. So it's not like she could come back today and, do OnlyFans. The sale doesn't go through till the end of the year. And then even when it does, I think that they are probably going to want to keep WWE PG. The reason being, it's advertiser friendly, it's sponsorship friendly. The ratings are doing really well, and it's a PG product. You don't need to move away from it to make it a better product. Or I don't think by moving away from PG, you necessarily open up other opportunities. I think by keeping it PG, you are reaching the widest audience possible. You're reaching the widest advertisers possible, sponsorships possible. And I think that under this new company, you've got something for the family and the kids and people that have grown up with it, people that enjoy pro wrestling. And then you've got something a little bit older, something a little bit more risky, something a little bit more edgy, and that is the UFC. So they kind of have got stuff that caters to everybody now. So I don't know. I don't know that we're going to be seeing the OnlyFans situation change in WWE. But as we said, even if they do change it, it won't be changing anytime soon. Ryan Gambler said, Days, thanks for everything. Ryan, shout out to you, bud. Ryan, I can see, has been a supporter, a member of the channel for 4 months. I can see people firing in memberships and everything. I did want to just take a moment to talk about the memberships because I am aware that, more and more people are joining the channel, and it's really exciting to see that. And so you might as well know what we do. We do a members stream, an exclusive member stream every 2 weeks. I am also looking at how to get exclusive members content going as well, because I want to make sure that the members are being served. I want to make sure that the members are getting bang for the buck. And I think member streams every 2 weeks. If I can get some extra content going, I will definitely look to do that. We tried something new as well. You might have seen that just before WrestleMania Night 2, we played a video that had members' thoughts in it. Like, members actually were able to share their thoughts, predictions, theories, all of that. Loved it. I thought it worked brilliant. We're going to do the same for Backlash. So that's an opportunity to members. We may look to open that out beyond members, to be honest, at some point. But at the moment, I'm just keeping it members because we've only done it once and it was great and it worked. But I don't know quite if the appetite is there. To be honest, I don't know if that's something people want to keep doing. Or if it was just a success for WrestleMania. I mean, WrestleMania is so different. It's so special that I was thinking that it's going to be hard to gauge, I mean, will it get the same level of success and engagement for Backlash? We'll find out. So we are doing some stuff for the members at the moment. So Ryan Gambler, appreciate the support, dudes. Shakeem23, really appreciate it. Looks like it's been firing in some gifting of memberships as well. And Rare Breeds, Mr. Nifty, and Undercover Manager, I can see also doing the same. So very supportive. I mean, I think the gifting of the membership thing is such a cool thing to do because, it gives someone an opportunity to kind of go behind the scenes and join in the member streams and get access to that extra content that maybe wouldn't otherwise. So that's really cool. So shout out to those guys. Right. I want to make sure again that I'm Wrestling Kids 99, shout out to you, my friends. Ryan Gambler said, who do you think will be Theory's next challenger? Listen, I think they've got to go. I think they've got to go with someone like LA Knight, because LA Knight, I mean, you can keep him a heel, but he's getting such great reactions. You got to do something with him. You've got to put him in a big feud. He's got to be in a feud. Whether he's going to be the heel in the feud, it doesn't really matter. But I think Austin Theory being a heel, going up against someone as good as LA Knight. I mean, Austin Theory needs an education. Austin Theory needs to be going up against veterans. He needs to be going up against people that he can learn from and take things from. I don't know what he got from Cena. I hope he got something from Cena. I thought the match was quite flat. I thought Cena looked quite flat. I don't think Austin Theory is good enough to carry a match if the opponent is struggling. And I think that's, you know, I mean, all of this just shows kind of where he is at the moment. He's young. He's a great talent. He's going to be a big star. He's got the look. He's got the confidence. He can talk. He can wrestle. Granted, he's not putting on bangers, but he can go in there against anyone and he can put on a match and not get lost. He can hold his own. And what I said during WrestleMania is I would love to see him in there now with someone that can wrestle. Like Bobby Lashley is a bit of a brawler. Bobby can wrestle, but Bobby doesn't have great matches. Bobby doesn't have bangers. Bobby is someone that's a powerhouse, goes in there, kind of has short matches, chucks people around. And so, you know, he's had to go in there with Bobby. And unsurprisingly, they weren't great matches. Now he's gone in there with John Cena, who, you know, he's been out the ring for how long? I mean, I know he was involved in that tag match at the end of SmackDown last year, but that was a tag match. I mean, he came in for all of 2 seconds to do a few things. Like, you know, for the most of that match, he was stood on the outside of the ring. So actually, like, having a solo singles match, I think it's been a while for Cena. I don't think he's done it since SummerSlam 2021. So, you know, he's been out the ring a long time. And so for him to come back and open WrestleMania, I mean, that was a hell of an ask. That was a big ask of Cena. Because, you know, he's been out of it. He's been out of the game for a long time. He's been doing Hollywood. And so, you know, no shade on Cena. I mean, he gave his best. It's just the match that I don't think really grabbed anyone. And as we said, Austin's not good enough to carry it. So I think he needs to go in there with someone and put on a banger. I mean, him against AJ Styles and a feud with AJ Styles. As I said, him in a feud with LA Knight, because LA Knight has got, 20 odd years experience and can talk. He can wrestle. The crowd love him. He's super over. You know, he is a red hot, dare I say, babyface. I mean, the crowd love him. So what better for Austin Theory than a red hot babyface for him to be a heel? I mean, anything Theory does to LA Knight, he's going to get booed out the building. The people are desperate for LA Knight. Theory beats, imagine Austin Theory beating up LA Knight and the boos, how loud the boos would be. I mean, that to me seems a bit of a no-brainer to kind of go in that direction. But as I said, just give him someone of credibility. Give him someone that can hold their end up, because I want to see how good Theory is. I want to see where he's at right now. I want to see him in a good feud with a good opponent, cutting good segments, good promos, having good matches, because I genuinely believe he's capable of all of those things, because we've seen it in NXT. We've seen some great matches out of Theory in NXT, and there's been glimpses on the main roster as well, but they just keep putting him in with the wrong people. I mean, at WrestleMania last year, he had to compete against Pat, a celebrity who I think was having his main roster debut match at WrestleMania. And then, as I said, it was Bobby. He got into a bit of a feud with Bobby. And then we've just done Cena. So I feel sorry for him, man. Let's give him a proper opponent that can hold up their end of the bargain and see where we go from there. But Ryan, I don't know if that is his next challenger. I can't say that is where we're going, but all I can tell you is that's what I would recommend. That's what I would like to see. Portington, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support as always. And we've got Inks does literally nothing. Said, if WWE leaves Peacock, what platform or service do you think they will put the pay-per-views on? I think that's impossible to answer because it's going to come down to who offers the most money. I mean, that is as simple as that. The Peacock deal, I think, still runs for quite a long time. I can't remember how long they signed it for. I think it was like 10 years. And I think it started, well, not that long ago. I mean, when did it all move to Peacock? It was like 2020, wasn't it? Or something along those lines. So I think we've still got a long, long way to go with that deal. So this is what was being spoken about like last night. We ended up sticking around a long time after WrestleMania ended last night. And the Peacock deal came up. And it was mentioned that is not going to be expiring anytime soon. And so I feel pretty good that the pay-per-views will stay there. I think what's interesting, though, is I don't know if Peacock wanted to charge for the pay-per-views, if they want to charge for them. I don't know if I don't know if there's a deal that stops them from doing that, or I don't know who controls that. I mean, they've paid the money. They've paid $1 billion for, I believe it was 10 years. So they've paid all of this money. I'm guessing they can charge whatever they want. So with a new company taking over, I don't think we're going to be seeing changes to the pay-per-view model anytime soon. But I mean, as I said, Peacock could always use this. They could use this as a cheeky way to introduce. Like, do you know what I mean? If you as Peacock right now, and the news is WWE has been sold, right? Your agreement, I believe, will be honored, right? I believe your existing agreement will be kept in place. And so do you use this as a way of, putting an announcement out that, pay-per-views are now going to be $9.99 or something extra? I mean, I don't know if they will do that or not. But I'm not expecting them to leave Peacock in the foreseeable future. Obviously, around the world, elsewhere, though, I mean, it all comes down to each territory and what their deals are. I mean, the TV deal, I don't know when the TV deal with BT here in the UK expires. But, I mean, once it does, then we could see it move in the UK. It was at Sky Sports, of course, and then it moved to BT. It could be that Sky Sports come back in for it. BT could go for it. There could be a big player like Netflix that comes in for it. Obviously, UFC lives on ESPN. I don't know if ESPN would be interested in taking UFC and WWE. I don't know if that would fit their portfolio, or if they would have even the space for it or the desire for it. I have no idea. So yeah, it's difficult to know. It's hard to say. My gut reaction would be that I don't expect it to leave Peacock anytime soon for those that are in America. Let's go down. Melanie, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. I don't know why it's not showing it at the top. Tal Hal said, Days, why would Jay go to AEW when New Japan and AEW have got a relationship? It means that he could show up in AEW if he was in New Japan. He's got more chance and potential in WWE. Well, he could go to AEW because if you're an AEW superstar, that's obviously where you're going to be based. That's where you work. All of your you would be based in America, and your storylines would be in America, and you would be on their TV week in, week out. If you're a New Japan star, you're going to be based in Japan. Your storylines are going to be in Japan, and you're really their superstar. So I would say there's a big difference in being a New Japan star that occasionally, it's not much. Around Forbidden Door and maybe a few times outside of that, are allowed to go to AEW, compared to being an out-and-out AEW superstar. In fact, that could be more of a reason for him to go to AEW, because if he went to AEW, he would be on TV in America, which, great, nice exposure, 850,000, sometimes 1 million, right? And obviously, Tony, if he does meet with him, is going to say we've got big plans to grow that. So that's hopefully the lowest it will be. And then also, as you've just rightfully pointed out, they've got the relationship with New Japan. So does that mean that he can potentially still go over to do some matches from time to time? You know, does this mean that he could still be at Wrestle Kingdom, for example, because of that relationship? So is it a case that he is going to AEW, going to be based in AEW, going to be seen on TV in America? He's going to be getting the boost of being a regular on TV in America to his social media, as well as also being able to still go to New Japan and do occasional matches if he does sign with AEW. So if he goes to WWE, I mean, there's no relationship there. They don't have an agreement with any company for them to go over and work there. We did see Nakamura do one match in Noah in January, and everyone was surprised about that, in all fairness. But there's no seemingly relationship beyond that one match. So if he goes to WWE, he's just in WWE. If he goes to AEW, as you rightfully said, it would still allow him to also work with New Japan. So maybe that could be another reason. I thought UFC was on BT. It is. In BT, here in the UK, we have UFC and WWE. So today's sale is going to be very interesting for BT because BT currently show both of those brands, and you know, they are going to want to keep them. I'm sure they are not going to want it, because that's a lot of programming that would be going off the BT sport channels if they was to lose WWE and lose UFC as well. So yeah, this is going to affect a lot of things, as we said, but we just don't know quite what or how yet, because as we said at the start of this stream, I don't think WWE know quite themselves what or how it's going to affect things yet. It's going to affect everything and nothing at the same time. It's a crazy situation, but an exciting one all the same. Going Go said Peacock's got 3 years left. ESPN UFC expires in 2025. Peacock was the Peacock deal? What was the Peacock deal then? 5 years. 5 years for the Peacock deal, not 10. Is that all of this will come out now? I was under the impression it was 10, but are you saying that it's 5? Interesting if so, but even so, if it is 5, it still means that you've got, you know, plenty of time to not have to worry about pay-per-view prices shooting up in America. Sigmund said, I tune in when searching for live reactions. I'm a subscriber now, even though I'm a fair weather wrestling fan these days. Sigmund Judge, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, that's what I love, man. I love the fact we've got so many people that join us that are like... What's great is, like, if you are a hardcore, oh my God, I just cannot get enough of wrestling. Oh God, I love having you around because, you know, I want to get stuck into the weeds. I want to have the conversations. And I want to know what's being said. I want to know what people are thinking. I want to have those conversations. But equally, just as welcome are the people that are just, I only tune in once in a while. Because again, that gives you such an interesting perspective. We talk a lot about how casual fans that just tune in once in a while, they're probably thinking this, they're probably looking at this and wondering this, they're probably saying this, or I don't need to speculate if there are actual casual fans that join us, people that, you know, only watch once in a while. Again, I don't mean casual in any disrespectful way. I don't think it's a disrespectful term. I don't mean it as a disrespectful term. But just, how did you word it? Fair weather fan. Like, you know, people like that as well, just offer such an interesting, different perspective. So yeah, everyone is welcome. Days, my prediction for tonight is Trish turns heel on Becky and Lita, and Switchblade will debut as Cody's partner in the main event, says Macca Rice. Yeah, well, actually, I haven't had a chance to look yet, but we can have a look at what the schedule is for tonight, because tonight is Triple H opening the show. Details. Oh, hello, we've got stuff coming in. What's this? This is from Fightful Select. and this was about half an hour ago. This isn't about tonight's show. It says, during the March 3rd employee meeting, it was claimed that Endeavor isn't going to be involved. He must mean April 3rd, not March 3rd. During the, it must be April 3rd, WWE meeting, it was claimed that Endeavor isn't going to be involved in creative or production of the show. They did say that during the sit-down kind of announcement earlier today. The meeting was headed up by Triple H, Nick Khan, and Frank Riddick. Don't know who Frank Riddick is. There was few details as to how other areas would be affected. There was also a talent meeting at 6 p.m. Eastern ahead of Raw. Some SmackDown talent and Raw talent that weren't booked were not in attendance, as many are on a 10-day travel stretch. We're told the talent meeting was led by Nick Khan and Triple H. So apparently some talent wasn't there, but there was a talent meeting at 6 p.m. Eastern time to go through some of the details. But according to Fightful, there was not much detail that was provided. WWE spoke about the record-breaking WrestleMania and pressed that nothing would change under Endeavor. However, Vince was mentioned a few times when they listed the names of people in control. Although there was nothing specific provided regarding Vince, they did not take questions during the meeting. So that's just a bit of an update from Fightful. In regards to tonight, I don't know if WWE have actually put out a little, this is what's happening, because details have been a little bit scarce, but we are expecting there to be a tag match of Cody and a mystery partner taking on, is it Roman and Solo tonight? That's the word on the streets, is that we're going to be getting that. There is also the first hour commercial free. There's still no details. Normally, you get at least a couple of little things go out on their social media. There's nothing that's come out yet, apart from the fact the first hour is commercial free. It reminds me a little bit of New Year's Dash, New Japan, New Year's Dash. As soon as Wrestle Kingdom finishes, you don't actually know what's going to happen the next day. You only tend to find out what's happening on the show New Year's Dash, which happens the night after Wrestle Kingdom, when you actually tune into the show. So this has sort of got that vibe about it. But as we said, there are reports and rumors that we are going to be getting Triple H opening the show with an announcement, and that Cody and a mystery partner, don't know who, is going to be taking on, we think, Roman and Solo. So that's what's expected at the moment. Undercover Manager said, I've sent you an email regarding an idea I've had. When you get a second, take a look. Okay, thank you. Paris, shout out to you. Trent says, could Matt Cardona return? Could Cody win Money in the Bank? I'm going to be a bit controversial here. I don't want Cody winning Money in the Bank. The reason why is because Dusty Rhodes tried to win the title and failed because of a count out. Cody tried to win the title, failed because of outside interference, right? They are doing this the hard way. They've always done it the hard way. I think for him to win Money in the Bank and then cash in is such an... I mean, it would be a moment seeing him race down with the briefcase, right? And I know a lot of people would be like, listen, as long as he gets it, it doesn't matter how he gets it. But I just think that, like, we've waited so long for a Rhodes to do it. It sort of feels like he's got to do it the right way. It sort of feels to me like it's got to be one-on-one. It's got to be a war. It's got to be a dig in deep. It's got to be a do it for your dad, Cody. It's got to be a come on. Like everything we saw at WrestleMania, it's got to be finish the story. Now's the time. It doesn't feel quite right to me, Cody having the briefcase and just come running down and cash in at an opportune moment, you know? I know a lot of people won't care. I know a lot of people will disagree. I know a lot of people will be like, as long as he gets it, I'm not bothered. But I just sort of think like, nah, let's not do that. Because Cody Cody against Roman, one-on-one. Like, I'm ready for you this time. The rematch. And, like, I mean, it was Solo. It was Solo. It wasn't that Cody lost. It was that Solo got involved. Cody should have known. He should have been prepared. I mean, he's an idiot, right? I mean, I don't know if he had a word with Sami and Kevin and said, will you please watch my back if the Usos attack? Would have been nice maybe to have seen that earlier in WrestleMania. We weren't getting any backstage moments, actually, during WrestleMania. Oh, correct that. We got one on day one, which was Austin Theory. And then they did one backstage, which was Bianca Belair for day two. It would have been really cool if we'd have seen maybe... And that's weird if you think about it, because during SmackDown, we've been getting a lot of interviews, well, not interviews, but like promos in Roman's dressing room, his changing room. I mean, if you think about the Bloodline story and how it's played out, there's been a lot that's happened in Roman's dressing room. There's been a lot that's happened in those kind of backstage areas. And it would have been cool if, like, Cody was backstage and he'd just gone up to Kevin and Sami, or Sami and Kevin had come to him and they just had a conversation where, you know, he said, look, if the Usos attack, I might need your help. I might need you to help me even up the numbers, or something along those lines. Because it does make him seem a bit underprepared, to be honest. I mean, if you're going into a match with Roman, you've got to know that Heyman's a problem. You've got to know that Solo's a problem. You've got to know that the Usos are a problem. So I sort of feel like if we do a rematch, I would love to see him have those conversations. Maybe that could be the story. I was underprepared. I didn't. But that seems silly because he's waited his whole life for this. He's waited his whole life. Surely anyone that goes... If you said to me that I was going to have a match with Roman Reigns, after I'd finished pooping myself, I would be getting on the phone to wrestlers saying, I need help here, because I know this is not a one-on-one match, right? I mean, not that it matters because I'm getting smashed. But I know that Solo potentially is getting involved. Usos are getting involved. Heyman's getting involved. We all knew that was happening, and Cody surely knew that was happening as well. So I sort of feel like do the rematch, have him better prepared, get someone to deal with Solo, still have someone deal with the Usos, have someone deal with Paul Heyman, get it down to just one-on-one, and then Cody should be able to get it done, because we know that Roman, well, we believe that Roman can be defeated by the current roster. Forget like him losing to Baron Corbin, whatever. I'm talking about this version of Roman, the head of the table, the tribal chief. I'm not talking about the big dog. I'm talking about this version of Roman. I think he's come close on many occasions, but it's always outside interference. You know, I'm a lot more into him, I think Cody doing it the right way, rather than him just running down with the briefcase, cashing in and just doing it that way. But again, I could be in the minority on that. I could be in the minority. I think there will be a clamor for Cody to win Money in the Bank. But to be honest, I think I would go a different way. I think I would, I don't know who I'd have win it at this stage, but I would have probably someone else win it, and Cody to win the title, maybe SummerSlam, without the help of Money in the Bank. And Matt Cardona, there's no reports of Matt Cardona. I haven't heard anything about Matt Cardona coming in. In fact, I don't actually know how Triple H feels about Matt Cardona. Part of me thinks he doesn't like him, to be honest. Part of me seems to remember reading that there was a bit of a, not an issue, but like, don't know, didn't really rate him that much. And so I don't know that I'm expecting to see him. I mean, his partner, Chelsea Green, is in WWE now, so, you know, I'm sure he's been around, and who knows, there could have been some conversation, but don't know. I don't know. I don't know that I see that one at the moment. Apparently, the purse strings have been tightened a little bit. Apparently, you know, because of the sale and everything, there's actually a little concern. We could see cuts. We could see releases because of the fact of the sale. Normally after WrestleMania, we do get releases. And so that's, you know, it's where the company kind of, you know, knocks the wage bill down, gets it back down again, Because obviously WrestleMania is like a real high point for WWE. Well, you then kind of have to come down from that. You can't stay up there. So then you start coming down. And so WWE start looking at, saving money and seeing what they can do. And the wage bill is always one place where you can tend to save some money. So I think bringing people in, I mean, you would bring in some big names if there was like a Switchblade that was available, but like a Matt Cardona, I'm not sure. I think the days of like Emma coming in are definitely behind us at the moment. So let's see. I mean, look, I could be completely wrong. There could be 1 billion people that arrive tonight because it's a very, very exciting night. It's a big, big Monday Night Raw. Sean said, Days, bravo on the content. Sean, shout out to you. I've said before, I mean, our content is the easiest content in the world. It is literally me sitting here just sharing my thoughts and passion for wrestling along with you guys. It's the easiest thing to do in the world. So I don't think there's any bravos that are deserved. But a massive thank you, as I keep saying, to everyone that did join us this weekend. I'm of the belief that Jay White goes to AEW. In your opinion, what's the benefit of him going to WWE? The benefit would be that I think the money would be better, but obviously not sure as to how much Tony Khan would be willing to pay. I'm not sure how much WWE would be willing to pay. It'd be very interesting to know, but I feel like WWE would probably give him more. The reason why I say that is because I know that Tony has money, but I think one thing that people maybe don't appreciate, or some people don't appreciate, is if you have got a company and you are bringing in, say, £10 million worth of profit in your company, right? Now, you could have 100 million of your own personal wealth, right? 200 million, however much, right? But if your company's bringing in 10 million, you then really have to justify how much do you want to spend. Because if you spend, I don't know, 5 million on Jay White or whatever, right? Won't be, but whatever. That's going to be X percent of your profit that you're spending on Jay White. Is that a good investment? Is that a wise investment? Is he going to, for that amount of money, what is he going to deliver you? Like what are you buying for that amount of money? What do you expect the ratings to do for that amount of money? A lot of people can look at it and just go, oh, Tony's got loads of money. He's got loads of money. He can buy whoever he wants. To a degree, that is true. That is true. But he's also a businessman. I mean, he runs Fulham and looks after Fulham, and he obviously got big involvement in the Jacksonville Jaguars. The wrestling thing is very much a passion project of his. But he has to justify it as well. Like, it's a business. Like, everyone's looking at ratings. Everyone's looking at the wage bill. Everyone's talking about, how it's being run. I'm sure his dad asks questions as well. So there's not an endless pot there for me. I really don't believe it. If there's someone like CM Punk that he thinks that's going to change the game, that's going to, it's going to blow our social media, it's going to blow our ratings, the buzz that's going to be generated, it's going to cost me 8 million or however much, I can justify it. It's worth it. I can see what I'm getting back on my investment. I'll do it. Jay White, I have no idea. I mean, Jay White is not that well known in North America. Unless you watch New Japan, Jay White is not moving the needle for you. He could eventually. He's a great talent. But you bring Jay White onto your show, your 850 is 850. I don't think it moves. You bring Jay White onto your show, and I honestly don't think that you don't see a movement. Maybe your 850 goes to 860 or something like that. So again, without knowing how much is being offered, it's tricky, but I'd feel pretty good WWE would come in with a very healthy number. Because they can absorb it. They've got SmackDown, they've got Raw, they've got all these international markets, they're doing well for themselves. They're a $9 billion company, and they've just been sold. And now you've got all the Endeavor potential resource as well. So, in regards to why would he choose it, as I said, I think the money would be good in WWE, but more than that, just think of the opportunity. I mean, AEW have got nothing like WrestleMania. There's nothing like WrestleMania, the 7th biggest sporting events in the world. Like, there's nothing that AEW has got that comes close to that. And that's, you got the Rumble, you got SummerSlam, so you've got these big powerhouse events. I believe WWE is in the top 10 most YouTube subscribed channels. So again, you put a video of Jay White onto just YouTube on their platform, it goes out to, is it 100 million yet? I think it was in the 90s, 90 some million people are subscribed to their YouTube channel. And then you look at their Twitter, it's one of the most subscribed. You look at their Facebook, you look at their Instagram, you look at their TikTok. So they are a social media force. So the exposure, your brand, your merch selling abilities, the money you will make from merch, the amount of followers that you will have, the boost to your social media, the ability to appear at these monster shows like WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Royal Rumble, the fact that you're going to get paid very, very well. I mean, I'm sure they'd use him as a top star. It just goes on and on and on, doesn't it? Just goes on and on and on. I mean, I understand the thought of, listen, can he wrestle? Is he going to be able to wrestle like he wants to in WWE? But the fact of the matter is, look at what Cody and Roman did. I mean, that was a great match. Look at what Gunther, Drew, and Sheamus did. That was a great match. Look at what Charlotte and Rhea did. That was a great match. The opportunity to have great matches in WWE absolutely exists. Absolutely exists. I mean, maybe in the week-to-week show, you'll just be in a bit of a TV match. But to be honest, I mean, I have no idea what he does on a week-to-week basis in New Japan. I know when he has a match at Wrestle Kingdom, it's a banger. I know when he has a match like at G1, it's a banger. But on a week-to-week basis, I really don't know. I think they'd use them in a lot of tag matches in New Japan. So, him having a so-so match on Raw is probably only the same as him being involved in a multi-person tag match during, one of their weekly shows anyway, so of New Japan. So, honestly, I think the question should be, why would he go to AEW? Why would he go to AEW and not go to WWE and not have all of that? Some people are not motivated by that. I understand. Daniel Bryan, for example, is not motivated by that. He's all about in-ring and telling stories and all of that stuff. But I think it's become a lot harder now to differentiate between AEW and WWE since Vince stopped booking, because now Triple H books. I feel like the product is more credible. A lot of that silly comedy, the awful stuff, the awful comedy that we were getting before from Vince, that has gone away, or certainly died down a lot. I know we've still got Maximum Male Models, but it's died down a lot. The in-ring stuff is solid. The storytelling is solid. The ratings have increased. And not only that, I mean, I think AEW have completely abandoned their sports-based presentation. If you look at AEW, they have done a lot of sports entertainment stuff. There's a lot that happens there. Look at Saraya and Tony walking around with spray cans, spraying people, attacking, grabbing someone that was planted in the crowd and attacking them. There's brawls after all the matches. And it's a bit blurry, the line, I would say. I don't think it's as clean as I think AEW wanted it to be at the start. The way it was meant to be at the start is, this is sports entertainment, right? It's Vince, and you're going to have silliness, and the matches aren't that great. And then here's us. We're sports-based. We're pro wrestling, and we're going to give you great in-ring action, and we're going to be a proper pro wrestling company. And no shade on AEW, because we watch it on a Wednesday, but I just think that as time's gone by, that line has blurred. I don't think that distinction is that. I don't think that contrast is as sharp as it was at the start. So interesting. I probably spent a bit too long on that, but there we go, Sean. I wanted to make sure you got a good answer there. It's WCW Thunder 2.0, says Ovian. 15 minutes until Raw starts, says Nelly. The One said Endeavor has bought WWE for $9.3 billion. Daniel said Hunter has even made Maximum Male Models entertaining. Yeah, I mean, they do divide opinion, Daniel. I don't disagree. I don't mind them. I don't mind them, to be honest. I mean, it reminds me a lot of like Rick the Model Martel, who I always enjoyed. He was a model that would always pose, love himself, spray his arrogance, fragrance. And I mean, famously, he used that fragrance, sprayed it in the eyes of Jake the Snake Roberts. And we got a very interesting feud. Again, it's one that people might look at and go, huh, because like Jake was blind. He was blinded by this arrogance. But as a kid, it was incredible. It was an incredible story of Jake being blinded by this fragrance. So I sort of feel like with Maximum Male Models, yeah, they're silly. And yeah, it's like cheesy comedy, but I sort of get a bit of a Rick Martel vibe. And I don't know if you've ever seen their YouTube videos. Some of them are, I mean, so funny. Some of the stuff they do, I think, is really, really fun. So I don't disagree. Even that, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I think there's a lot of really good stuff going on in WWE at the moment. Ryan said, I think WWE in-ring action on a weekly show is still way below AEW. It's basic. I think there is one of the main differences between the products. I have enjoyed both products. I mean, I would say that their in-ring is different. I would agree that AEW do definitely try to present on their weekly shows. They definitely do try to present good matches, in-ring matches, whereas WWE don't really focus on that as much. I would say the opening match tends to get some time. For example, on SmackDown, I think Raw as well, but Raw tends to open sometimes with a promo. SmackDown can open with a promo, but quite often we will do, say, a 10-minute promo, and then we'll go into like a 20-minute match. Obviously, there's commercials, but really that first segment, by the time we're looking, there's a good like 30, 35 minutes that's gone, and we've had one match. So the first match tends to get time. And of course, the main events will get time as well. I think if I was to criticize WWE, I wish there was more clean finishes. I mean, so often you can watch a match on Raw or SmackDown and the action is good, but it's just, you know what's going to happen. You know there's going to be a screwy finish. I mean, if you get, say, Asuka versus Bayley on Raw, I mean, there's a real good chance it's not going to be a banging match with a clean finish that's pay-per-view quality. It's probably going to be an all-right match with loads of commercial interruptions that's probably going to have Damage Control get involved at the end of it. So I agree. I wish there was just a tweak there, a change there, where we could just have... Because it doesn't feel like they're a million miles away. It doesn't feel like it's a million miles away. Like the in-ring in WWE, the action can still be really fun, but I don't disagree. I do think that there is just a little bit of outside interference that can creep in. It can be a bit predictable. It can just feel like they're just holding it back. Actually, it's just being held back. You know that if, say, Asuka Bayley was on a pay-per-view, it would be a banger. But on Raw, it just feels a little bit held back. I feel like it's done on purpose. You know, I think they're still of the mentality that you don't give away your good stuff on TV. I think that's still an old school mentality, to be honest. I mean, TV used to be that your TV was a way of promoting your house shows. Your TV was a way of promoting your pay-per-views. Your TV was a way of promoting something else, whereas now your TV is really a what people watch. that is like your big driver, really. Yes, you've got your pay-per-views, and house show business is pretty dead, to be honest. I mean, they tend to do like some weekend shows, but I think there does feel to still be a little bit of a hangover from that old mentality, and to not really let go, like really give us. You could give us more. I do completely agree, and I would agree that AEW does do a good job of that. They do give us, I would say, better in-ring matches on a consistent basis. Look at the Vikingo one. I mean, Vikingo against Kenny Omega, that's had crazy praise. That was only a couple of weeks ago on Dynamite, and I don't know that I can give you an example of a match on TV for WWE that could maybe match that. Their TV matches do tend to not really stick around in the memory very long. Certainly not compared to what we just saw at WrestleMania. Gunther, Sheamus, Drew, amazing. Rhea Charlotte, amazing. Cody Roman, amazing. Sami, Kevin Uso's amazing. The TV matches just don't tend to get to that level, do they? So I agree. Undercover Manager said, I think Triple H announcement could be there's going to be 2 tournaments. One for a Raw belt, one for a Universal belt, and the matches take place at Backlash. They could split the titles and still do 1,000 days, says Undercover Manager. James said, I got blocked by Sean Ross. Why? Why did you get blocked? What did you do? Did you say something? James, what have you done? Have I been blocked? Oh, he's not gone on a blocking spree, has he? I haven't said anything. I like him. You've got me paranoid now. Not because I haven't even done anything wrong. Hang on. Am I? I follow him. I'm not blocked. Me and Sean are best friends. I mean, he doesn't know. No idea. I only ever tag you in his tweets. Really? That's it? Just because you tag me in the tweets? Why would he block you then and not... that's all you've done? That sucks. If that's true, that's a shame. That's a real shame. I really appreciate people tagging me and stuff. I really appreciate it. I regret laughing now. Now you've thrown it back at me, haven't you? All I've done is you're next on the list, said Butterscotch. You just made the list. Well, I take that back, James. I do apologize. Asuka isn't heading back to Japan. I highly doubt it, says Paris. Wrestling Kid said, I've got you blocked. Yay! I've never even interacted with him, said James. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know. All I can say is I've appreciated it. Having being tagged and seeing what's being said. Sometimes, I've said before, it's so hard to keep on top of everything. So, but I don't know. Maybe don't tag me, guys, in Sean Russ stuff. Maybe he doesn't like it. Cody's partner should be Nick Aldis or Bron Breakker, says Daniel. Inside Out and again said Asuka said she's going back to Japan herself. TJB said Days should join the race to survive Alaska. Should join the race to survive Alaska? What the hell's that? Is that a show? Never heard of it. Ryan said I'm blocked by him as well. James said I think I'll live. Well, that's good. Keep your chin up, mate. Keep your chin. I know it's hard. Keep your chin up. Keep on going. Deadpool Party said predictions for Raw tonight. Jay White debuts. I hope so. Calls out Randy Orton. Kevin Owens and Sami. Calls out Randy Orton. I don't see that. Kevin, apparently Randy's not quite ready to return in ring. So I don't know that I see him calling out Randy Orton. Kevin Owens and Sami against Street Profits. Roman and Solo versus Cody and his mystery partner, Bron Breakker. Ciampa returns and calls out Johnny Gargano. That could be fun. There were rumors of a DIY reunion, so that could also be something interesting. So could we be seeing a DIY reunion tonight? Could we see Tommaso Ciampa return? We're going to find out. How long have we got? We got 4 minutes, and then we're going to find out. 4 minutes. Triple H, we believe, is opening the show. We've spoken for nearly 2 hours about whatever you want to spoke about, whatever you want to talk about. Well, the time for talking is going to continue because, I mean, we're here for another 3 hours. But we are also going to be enjoying Monday Night Raw. Here we go. Cora Jade could get called up, said Wrestle with Andy. Shout out to you, my friends. Dominic said, on a scale of 1 to 10, likeliness, Jay White, 6. I think there's a good chance it goes AEW. Where was the other ones? Randy Orton tonight, 8. Dark Horse, Nick Aldis, 2. There we go. 6 for Jay White, because I think it's sort of 50-50, but I've got to think WWE have got the advantage with all their resource and how well they've treated Cody. I think how they've treated Cody is a bit of a beacon, a bit of a shining light to others that are unsure as to whether to join or not. Because, you know, Cody being presented as big as what he's been presented, I know last night didn't go great, but, you know, if you was thinking of going, if you're a single star and you think, oh, they're going to hold Cody back because he was in AEW or whatever, well, clearly they have not, because he has won the Royal Rumble. He's main evented WrestleMania. I know he didn't win last night, but the belief is he will win further down the road, which actually means he's going to remain a top star, like, as we continue to build him for the next opportunity. So if you're Switchblade, you could probably look at that and take a lot of confidence that you're going to be used well. And also, Vince isn't booking. It's Triple H now, and he's doing a great job. So, again, you get confidence from that. So, I'm going to go 6 for Jay White. I think there's a good chance he goes AEW. Randy, I was expecting him at WrestleMania. So, I don't know what's happened. So, I don't want to say 10, definite. I will go like an 8. I'll go an 8. Because I believe he's there, and the rumors are that he was going to be at WrestleMania. I might even go 8.5. I mean, there was pretty strong rumors he was going to be at WrestleMania. Maybe they just changed it and said, let's use him for Raw instead. So I feel pretty good about Randy. And then Nick Aldis, I think, you know, I could say 1, to be honest. I haven't heard any rumors about Nick Aldis at all. He's a great wrestler, though. I really rate him, and actually, he's been in our watch-alongs a few times because we used to do NXT watch-alongs, and NXT, we still do those, NWA watch-alongs, and he was kind enough to jump in a few times. It was his actual account, yeah, it was cool. I know it's his actual account because his actual Twitter account also sent me DMs. So, yeah, I'd love to see him in WWE. He's a great champion who carries himself very well. He's very much like Cody, isn't he? You know what I mean? He's a little bit older. Like, I think he's in his late 30s. It's not like he's 23 or anything. He's got a good size, looks the part, wears sharp suits like Cody, just looks like a champion like Cody does when Cody comes out in his suits and everything. Just looks classy, looks like a champion. Maybe not so much with the big tattoo slapped on the side of his neck, but he looks classy, and that's Nick Aldis as well. So, yeah, I'd love to see him in WWE. But that's not our focus. Our focus is what the flippity-doo-dah is about to go down on Monday Night Raw. Bro is coming back Raw. It's bro time, said Elon. What next for Belair? Gonna find out, buds. Gonna find out. I mean, I don't know if it'd be a rematch with Asuka. I mean, again, it could be that it could be that last year, we all thought Ronda was beating Charlotte last year. Maybe you didn't, but most of us did. Thought that Ronda was going to win because Ronda, she ain't going to lose at WrestleMania. She already lost at WrestleMania 35, and I don't think she was meant to take the pin. So I didn't expect her to lose last year, and she lost. She got pinned, and she lost. But she then won the title at Backlash. Could it be a case that Bianca wins at WrestleMania to keep her streak going because she's now 3-0? It also keeps Asuka's streak going. I believe she's 0-5 at WrestleMania now. So Asuka's never won, whereas Bianca has never lost. And could it be that it all builds to a rematch at Backlash? And that's where Asuka gets the title. That's where Asuka finally does it. Could be that, couldn't it? Could be that. It could be that they just didn't want Bianca to lose on such a big stage because they've got such high expectations for her. I mean, she is one of their biggest female stars. So it could be a rematch. Or it could be someone completely different. We don't quite know. What next to my name? What is that next to my name? That is a membership thing. Little Wrestling Days logo. It's nice, isn't it? Anna, shout out to you. Is Cody on tonight? Apparently so, yes. Johnny said that ring looked like the UFC octagon last night. We're just seeing a video package right now of what's gone down at WrestleMania. So just bringing up maybe people up to speed that didn't watch it, or a refresh, a reminder for those that did. Some of the action that went down across the 2 days. Gregor, shout out to you, dude. Stanton said, I acknowledge you days for the hard work this weekend. The YouTube chief. Stanton, shout out to you, bud. I said before, it's not work, is it? It's not. I've done work. I know what work feels like. This ain't work. So I really appreciate it, bud. But it's a pleasure. That's what this is, a pleasure. That Finn Balor gash was gnarly, said Proth. Yeah, it was moody, wasn't it? Proper me. Apparently, he had staples during the match. They had to staple him up. There was a pool of blood and everything. I did put the video up that's got the image from Twitter for those that aren't on Twitter. It's pretty moody, man. And of course, Shane blew out his quad as well, didn't he? Triple H was full of praise for Snoop because he was saying that in that moment, Snoop just took it upon himself to just wallop The Miz. And apparently it was Jessica Carr that said to Snoop, as soon as he hit The Miz and The Miz went down, she was like, people's elbow. I don't know. I don't know if that came from the back. I wonder if that came from the back. I wonder if that was Vince or Triple H sat in Gorilla that relayed it to Jessica. Or if Jessica was do the people's elbow. I'd love to know that. But apparently the instruction came from the female ref to Snoop, do the people's elbow. And he did it. And it was the worst people's elbow I've ever seen, which also made it one of the best people's elbows I've ever seen. Because it's super iconic. If Snoop Dogg is in the video game, I don't know if he is, he should be. If he's in the video game, he's got his finishing move now. The Snoop elbow, which is like the people's elbow, but just in slow motion. And it's nowhere near as impactful. Right, we are inside the Crypto Center or whatever it's called, the Staples Center. PW Insider have announced the draft is the 10th and the 14th of April, says Evan. Really? That's interesting. Right, here we go. Ding. Yeah, there it is. Time to play the game. Grips. We're starting with Triple H. A big reaction for Triple H as he comes out. Big reaction for Triple H. Bow down to the game. Right, Triple H on the entranceway. I mean, of course, a big reaction, but after last night. What's he doing? Got his arms outstretched. He had his head down. He was just soaking it in. You screwed Cody. You screwed Cody. You screwed Cody. Amazing. Taking time to look around, get into the ring. Arena is jam-packed, said Wisp. Gavin, shout out to you. Triple H's theme is excellent, yes. Surely this can't be as big as a Tony Khan announcement on Wednesday, said John. Can anything be as big as Tony Khan announcements? I don't think they can they, bud? I don't think they can. Okay, so Triple H firing up the crowd making plenty of noise. Triple H is like, oh, give me your energy. Give me your energy. He's getting them pumped up. He's getting them fired up. He goes over to the corner. No wonder he's celebrating. He made $5 million from the sale earlier. He's a rich boy. He's on top of the world. It's like he's leaving, isn't it? I mean, he's not, but it's like he's leaving. He's coming out and drinking it in, firing the fans up. Triple H in the ring, looking out at the fans. But it's blown up now. Imagine if Dana comes down and says, you're fired, said Mr. Unfamiliar. I tell you what, I'm surprised he's not like... Keeps in shape. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. Right. He's on a high. He said that was unbelievable. He thanks the fans. He's bubbling. What a weekend. Yeah. Talks about WrestleMania. 161,000 fans in SoFi. Is Randy back tonight? We hope so. WWE Shorts. We hope so. He's high, said Satsuka. So he's talking about WrestleMania. Yep, blah, blah, blah. That's the past. From one man's vision. He said it's beyond his wildest expectations. SoFi packed to the rafters. I wanted to say thank you. So Triple H is saying thank you. I just wanted to take that moment to say thank you. Oh, this is like a Tony Khan announcement. My announcement is I just want to say thank you. Oh, can't Bray Wyatt attack him? I want Bray Wyatt to attack him. Big cheer. Vince looks like Zorro now, says Big Dudes. So, crowd chanting for Stu. Triple H was a bit concerned there. I think he thought they were boos, but it was people going, Stu, Stu, Stu. Yeah, he's talking about seeing the drawings. When I saw that set, it took my breath away. This is like Triple H Dear Diary. I just want to say thank you. Amazing. I want to thank the wrestlers. I want to thank the crowds. Oh, he's all loved up, man. He's all loved up. When I saw the set, I couldn't believe it. Thank you. That was awesome for WrestleMania 39, Federation Minds. Triple H chants. I bet Cody's at the back right now going, oh, you fickle fans. You could have booed him here for me. You could have booed him. Do you remember last night? Yeah, he's talking about the announcement, the sale. I'm here to assure you, we ain't going nowhere. I'm here to assure you, we ain't going nowhere. We're going nowhere. The same WWE that you love. We are going nowhere. We will be here. Week in, week out. Yeah, I think it needed this, to be honest. I think there could be a little bit of confusion. We are the WWE. Passion in it. Then, now, forever, together. There's a sign in the back that says, my family thinks I'm at work. I want to ask you for one thing. Help me acknowledge one more person. 946 days. Boo! Please rise and help me. The undisputed WWE. Listen to the boos. Listen to the boos. Oh, I love this crowd. Oh, I love this crowd. You can't beat the Raw after a WrestleMania crowd, man. They are just so animated, so vocal. There are some throwing the hands up. There's some people throwing up the wands. Boring Reigns. So Triple H, loving WrestleMania, loving what has happened, and reassuring people that WWE is going nowhere. Acknowledge the GOATs. Cody should attack him, says WWE Shorts. I don't acknowledge Roman, said acknowledge me. Wrestle with Andy's got the... Look, we've got ones in the chat. Look, people putting up their ones right now. Triple H ain't lying, though. WWE will always survive, says Paris. Yes, Roman. I love you, Roman, says Maggie. Is Randy coming tonight, says Sard. I think so. I mean, the rumors were that he was going to be at WrestleMania. I did expect him. But, I mean, he wasn't there, was he? So, I think there's a chance, a very good chance that we see him tonight. But apparently he is not ready to return to the ring. So if he does come back, then it's going to be a case that he is just going to be doing promos or maybe just on the outside of the ring in the short term. Why should I acknowledge him? WWE screwed Cody. I don't like Roman winning, but a Cody title reign would be boring. I'm so mad that Roman won, says Brad. Look at Triple H saying thank you, Solo, says Theodore. New belt debut tonight, said D-Tron. Well, I mean, if is that going to happen? I mean, there are talks that a belt has been authorized. I don't know where we are with its completion. I haven't seen any rumors that there is a segment where Roman gets a new belt tonight. But apparently there has been a new belt that's been signed off by Triple H. So I'm totally down for seeing one if they've got one. Here's Solo. Here is Roman. Here is Paul Heyman. And plenty of boos, but plenty of ones being thrown up also. Amos versus Roman is the only way to go, says Tina McKay. Days, what about Bobby Lashley rejoining Hurt Business, targeting Roman and Bloodline, said WWE Shorts. I'd love it. Yep. I'd love it. I think there's a lot of sympathy for Bobby. I think there's a lot of people feel sorry that he was like mistreated and just, you know, went out to wave a trophy around. So I think if you could capitalize on that right now, reform the Hurt Business, have Bobby go face, and I mean, great credible challenger for Roman as well. So yeah, I'd be totally down for that. That could be a lot of fun. Okay, we got Roman in the ring then with Solo and Paul. No commercials, so it is just go, go, go. So we've had nearly 20 minutes so far. We've done a recap of WrestleMania. We've had Triple H come out, make his announcement, basically just to say we ain't going anywhere. And now he's brought out Roman, which is a great way to make sure people stick around. I can't imagine anyone's going to be going now that Roman has come walking out. So this is going to be a big rating tonight. This is going to be a big, big rating. You can just feel it in the air. You can always tell when there's a buzz. There's a buzz. There's a real buzz. The sale news is massive. The Triple H announcement, I think, might have caught a few people's attentions. Everyone's got opinions about WrestleMania, and they're sharing their opinions as Roman walks around the ring and the boos come raining down. He's so good, though, at just taking his time and being in the moment. Like, he can have 80,000 people booing him, and he will just take his time. Solo getting a bit of abuse. Roman with a smile on his face. Roman also taking his time here. Boos. Roman's been in this position before. Look at the smile on his face. The Raw after WrestleMania 33 when he beat The Undertaker. They booed him for 10 minutes straight. I think it was 10 minutes. Roman sucks chants. Roman sucks chants by the fans. Smile on the face of Roman. He's got a nasty mark on his forehead, hasn't he? Takes a deep breath. He's got the microphone here, but again, he can't say a word because as soon as he goes to speak, they start booing. I guess. Boo. And he laughs. Paul Heyman laughs. I have to feel, get more Triple H character. Start coming out late. Undercover manager. Hollywoods. Acknowledge me. It's maybe not the acknowledgement he wanted. This is great. Roman is loving it, said excellence of execution. Here's Cody. Here's Cody Rhodes. Solo turns to face the entranceway. It's going to be really interesting to see what Cody's got to say. The disappointment. The disappointment. Cody comes walking out. He looks all right. He's not crying. The story continues, said Rare Breeds. Cody said J14. Let the Fiend in. Oh, I forgot we had commentators. We haven't heard from the commentators. There's Corey Graves. Cody making his way down. Looks awesome. Oh, wow. They've got little foam Cody logos for the fans. There was someone there that just had a little foam Cody logo. I'm all for foam fingers. I grew up with foam fingers. There's not enough foam items for the crowd to purchase. So Cody making his way down to the ring. It's not the longest ring walk. Still takes Roman half an hour, but... acknowledge the true champ Cody, says Andrew. Nice suit, said Maury. It is a nice suit. He always wears nice suits. Oh, there's a sign in the background that says Dusty would be proud. Oh, crowd, loud cheer there as the crowd join in. Cody steps into the ring then. Roman and Cody in the ring, face to face. Cody chants. Paul Heyman kind of holding Solo back. Solo's not making an attempt to move. Let's see what Cody's got to say. I know what I want to talk about, says Cody. Okay, says Roman. Today is turning out a lot differently for me than I anticipated. I thought I would be standing here. The new undisputed WWE Universal Champion. Roman turns and looks at his belts. One of these ones. Cody says, I can see them. They're very proud. Look at the smug face. Last night. You was the better competitor in the main event, says Cody. Crowd don't like that. Crowd don't like that. I know we have to do this with the world watching. I know that you know. Last night I had you, says Cody. Last night I had you. Didn't he just say he was the better in-ring competitor? But now he says, last night I had you. Cody chants. Let's go, Cody, said Tyler. Don't acknowledge him, Cody, said Theodore. Yeah. Rematch. Rematch. Boils down to one word. Acknowledge me, says Roman. Acknowledge me. Rematch. The crowd are chanting it. Rematch, rematch, rematch. Rematch. Oh, he said the words. He said the word. You know the words. You know that word. He said the words. Ah! He said rematch. Rematch. He said the words. And now Roman will say no. Rematch. How about no match? Boo-hoo. Holy moly. Yes, he's rematch. He said the rematch. Do the yay sound. Well, it hasn't been confirmed. Oh, here's Heyman. Here's Heyman. I was thinking, when would you like this rematch? When would you like the rematch? The crowd wants tonight. Tonight, and Cody wants tonight as well. Oh my God, Roman can't cope. Oh, what, tonight? Cody wants it tonight. Crowd are yesing away. Nah, it's not happening, is it? It's not happening. Oh, in our heart of hearts, we know it's not happening. Heyman. No rematch. No rematch. Not tonight. Not in Puerto Rico. Not at SummerSlam. Not in San Francisco. Not in California. No, 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 no. Didn't say not in Japan, though. Maybe Japan? No match. Best moment, Owens eating Snickers bars. That was the best moment. Heyman lol. Not at the Royal Rumble. Do you think I'm in a normal mood, says Cody. Let's cut between it. You don't want to do that rematch right here, right now. I know exactly how tough you are. Let's do something here, and let's do something now. So we've gone from a rematch for the title to, well, let's do a tag match. Well, if you're not going to give me the titles, then let's do a tag match that doesn't mean anything. How about that, Roman? How about that? Oh, you wasn't ready for that, was you? And the crowd are like, yeah, okay. So, big stakes. I mean, we need Teddy Long to announce the tag match, said Thomas. Roman might grant this one. Item number 1. Your challenge is accepted. Solo and Roman versus Cody and a mystery partner. 2 parameters. Number 1, if. Oh, it's got to be someone that wrestled at WrestleMania. So Snoop. It's going to be Snoop Dogg. It's going to be Snoop. Who do you want to talk about now? So, Lesnar, Shane, Brock. Is Brock going to be his partner? Brock fancies it. This is pretty cool. The Beast has come out. The Beast. Unfortunately, it rules out Bobby because Bobby didn't wrestle this weekend, did he? Unless you count Friday. I mean, Friday's a week part of the weekend in my world. Brock coming out. So Cody and Brock against Roman and Solo. It's nice. It's a little... it's just a bit strange, isn't it? One of Bobby's sisters. Brock circling round. Dun 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 dun. Let's see what Brock's got to say. We are half an hour into the show. We've had Triple H. We've had Cody and Roman. We've had the rematch declined. We've now got a tag match. Brock shakes Cody's hand. Look at these two. I love this version of Brock. Look at this version of Brock. He's got his arm around Cody. He's like, yeah, this is my butt, this is. This version of Brock is goated. Roman telling Solo, step back a bit. Don't like how this is going. Roman jumping out the ring with Solo. Oh, so Brock didn't say anything in the end. Hugging. Brock watching Roman, Heyman, Solo walking away. That's going to be our main event tonight. I mean, you can't argue with that, can you, in all fairness? Might have been a slightly strange way that we got there. But that's a pretty big match, that is. Please, can we get a Jay White debut? That would be good. That would be good. Green shirt guy. It's a goated tag team, said to heel. Corey said the Raw after WrestleMania, one of the most unique shows. We're seeing Brock walk around in the ring. Brock is going to suplex Cody, said WWE Shorts. Do you think so? That's a good shout. Brock turns heel, and then we get Cody Brock as a little kind of feud. Brock grabs Cody's arm, throws it up in the air. There we go. Awesomeness, said TJB. Ahead News said, I like this. Sega said, Jay Lethal. Great start. We're running, up and running. Woo, says Johnny. Hang on, I've got a woo. Woo. Can we get a replacement for Kevin Patrick? Says Big. We do need a replacement for Kevin Patrick. I don't like really being down on people, but I don't disagree. I think we can do better. Mad Jason said, thought it was going to be Seth. I thought it was going to be Snoop. I was gutted. Yeah. I'm not down on it being Brock. Here's a Moss. Oh, man, look at this. The good times just keep on coming. Here is a Moss. A Moss making his way out then. Don't know who he's facing. It's going to be a match. WrestleVotes has tweeted, I'm hearing that for the first time... Oh, WrestleVotes tweeted, I'm hearing for the first time in months, tonight's show has a large Vince McMahon feel and presence to it. Does this segment, after watching it, have Vince written on it? Does it have Vince written on it? I mean, I suppose. I think that, I mean, like, I would say it's a big, fun match for the Raw after WrestleMania. There's not going to be people down on the match of Roman Solo versus Cody and Brock. The only criticism I would have is that we went from, can I have a rematch for the titles, to, can I have a tag match then, please? Which is just a bit strange, isn't it? It's just that little sticking point. It's just a little strange. Because he could have turned around and said, well, if I can't get a rematch for the titles, how about we have a match tonight? And if I beat you, then I get, or something along those lines. But the problem is you're in a booking situation. Roman hasn't been pinned for however long, you know. I suppose Roman in the main event could have just walked away and lost by count out, and then he wouldn't have been pinned or submitted, because he's already been involved in tag matches that he's lost. So it's not like he hasn't lost matches since he returned. But I understand why they can't do it. I understand why they can't do that. So I don't know. I suppose we're in a little bit of a booking predicament. So I don't know necessarily that I can look at that and say, yeah, that's Vince. Oh, that's got Vince written all over it. I think they're in a bit of a booking predicament. We said before we started as well that this first hour might be filled with stuff that is not that great, because they are obviously going to want the good stuff to use that to get you come back from commercial breaks. So I think we're seeing an example of what I mean here with the Moss versus Elias. Maybe someone could interrupt, though. Maybe someone comes down and interrupts. This is the kind of match that you look at and go, why are we doing this? But maybe there's an opportunity for someone to come down. So, yeah, in regards to Vince being involved, yep. I mean, I think that he could have played a part. I think that, you know, he's around. It's WrestleMania weekend. I don't think this is going to be a long-term thing. He did say, I'm not going to get stuck in. And he's got to be impressed with the numbers that Triple H has been generating as well, you know. What Triple H has been doing has been fantastic. So he could have played a part in this, though. And very interesting if WrestleVotes are reporting that. They're a good source, WrestleVotes. So James said, people don't get what they want, so it's automatically Vince's fault. Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, we didn't get the rematch. It must be Vince. Big boot by Amos. Cody versus Reigns at SummerSlam. Yeah, you could do that, Omar. You could do that. I feel like that's probably the front runner, to be honest. Because I think Roman will get to the 1,000 days. Pedro Morales, his record is 1,027 days. So if we can get Roman past that, I mean, we've ticked some big boxes there for him and his legacy. Right, Amos has picked up the victory. So it is a win for Omos. He's got his hand raised. Omos beats Elias. Thankfully, that did not stick around very long. And as we said, you know, there's 20 minutes left of this commercial-free hour. So I don't know what we're going to go to. Probably not till SummerSlam. Or even Money in the Bank after the 1,000 days, said Robert. Omos standing over Elias. There was no sign of Rick Boogs. He had been kind of taking notes during Elias matches. Omos looking down the camera, staring down the camera. We're backstage with the Usos. We the ones. We're going to knock on Roman's door. Here's Heyman. Usos. The greatest tag team of all time. Tribal Chief just stepped out, according to Heyman. Okay. What a wonderful WrestleMania this was for some, says Heyman. This is interesting. So Usos are not being allowed into like Roman's dressing room? Okay, and they walk off. They walk away. I took care of it, my tribal chief. I took care of it, my tribal chief. Wow. He said that they were off strategizing and then goes back into the room and says, I took care of it, my tribal chief. So clearly Roman doesn't want the Usos around at the moment. Usos getting denied will lead them to turning on Roman, says Andrew. Bloodline story rolls on, says excellence of execution. Jake said The Rock's parents are there. Oh. Chill Dude says Sean Ross Sapp. James, can you just check what Sean Ross Sapp said for us? But apparently Sean, has he tweeted something out, has he? The island just got smaller, says Marty. Well, to be honest, mate, that is climate change. That is climate change. It's a big problem. We need to address it. LSW said, I think we'll slowly turn the Usos babyface. I like where we're going. Yeah, we have got we have got a little Hall of Fame thing at the moment. I'll check it, James. I'll see what he said. But Sean Ross Sapp, good friend of mine, actually. Really good guy. Sean Ross Sapp says, oh God, he's saying a lot, actually. He says, Brock is here. Brock is going to tear Cody's other pec, just shaking his hand. Brock will wrestle his first match on Raw since beating Tommy Dreamer in 2002. Oh God, that's true, actually. Just think about that. When was the last time we saw Brock compete on Raw? That's amazing. This show is categorically different than how it was laid out a few hours ago. At least 2 matches have been scrapped or changed, says Sean Ross Sapp. Interesting. Brock Lesnar's last tag match was 2002. He and The Undertaker against Ric Flair and Rob Van Dam. There we go. Sam said this will be Brock's first match on Raw since 2002. Crazy. Crazy. I still wish it was Snoop. Sounds like Vince, says Daniel. Days, I think Cody gets a pin on Roman tonight in the tag match just to keep the hype up. Don't know, man. He hasn't been pinned or submitted for a long time. I mean, since he came back, he has lost matches. He's not been pinned or submitted, so I don't know. That'd be big if they was to do that. I don't know that they would do that. Don't know. We'll have to find out. Not long to find out. We got to remember, my father said when I was younger, hard times breed better men, says Dominic. Gavin said, Rip Fowler and Jagged Reed have asked to leave. Yes. Yes, they have. He won the match last night. He should get pinned tonight, said Victoria. Here comes Vince, must be in charge then if things have changed, said James. Maybe Snoop can be the ring announcer for the main events. Gio said, this is for sure Vince changes. It already feels like a Vince show. William said, Sean Ross that blocked James. Oh, God, I can't believe it. Can't believe that's awful. Awful. Technically, he has been pinned and submitted, but it was always when the referee was distracted or down, said Goats of Wrestling. RW Punk said, did you hear one of the Bushwackers has died? I did, yeah. Really sad. Really, I love the Bushwackers. We spoke about them at the start of the stream. Just one of those teams that everybody loved. Just one of those teams that, I mean, they weren't like super credible in ring. I mean, they were actually not bad. They did have a 5-star match before they were in WWE as the Sheep Herders. But Kathy Kelly's kind of changed her hair. Oh, here's Bad Bunny. We got Kathy Kelly with Bad Bunny. Yeah, nothing but love for the Bushwackers. Nick G said, do you think Brock will turn on Cody? I didn't, but it's been mentioned, and now I'm thinking, I mean, he was really friendly with Cody there, wasn't he? Really like, oh, this is the guy, yeah. So, really being overly nice, which does make me, well, it didn't, but now that it's been mentioned, it does make me think, Boyaka, boyaka. So I'm going to say there's a very good possibility there. Yeah, it's a good shout. It's a good shout. Here is Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio making his way down. There's Bad Bunny at ringside as well. Bad Bunny here and now Rey. I can smell a turn, says Cynthia. Cynthia right now is like... There's a turn coming. There is Rey and Bad Bunny embracing. I think he's thanking him for taking that chain away from Dominic, because obviously Bad Bunny got involved. Rey Mysterio getting into the ring then. Boyaka, boyaka. So, nearly 50 minutes into the show. 12 minutes away from being an hour in. Rey is going to get attacked by Karrion Kross, says WWE Shorts. Dana White and Joe Rogan versus Vince and the Game. Book it. Now that's a tag match. Now we're talking. Who's Rey facing then? Who is Rey facing? Rey Mysterio in the ring. Who is Rey facing? Don't know. Gonna find out. Boyaka, boyaka. Hopefully someone good. I think Days Randy will come out and hit Roman with a chair, says Leon. Oh, it's a promo. He's got his ring gear on, so it's going to be a match. 619, 619, 619, 619. Big chance of 619. What an emotional week, says Rey. What an emotional week. Got inducted. Yeah, awesome. But feed us the content, says Adam. Nom 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 nom. Someone's definitely interrupting, says J14. You deserve it. Shh, 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 shh. If it wasn't for y'all, I wouldn't be here. So Rey in the ring, doing a promo. I tell you what, we're being thanked a lot tonight, aren't we? We deserve it. I need a "we deserve it" button. That's what I need. You need a kid's crying sound, says William. He's thanking Bad Bunny. A-Town down. Theory and Ray as a feuds. Theory and Ray would work. Theory and Ray would work. Yes, I'm here for this. I'm here for this. Boos for Theory. Theory and Ray. Me and you deserve some respect, says Theory. We did exactly what we said we would do at WrestleMania. You beat the product of your own bad parenting. I beat a legend. I beat the greatest of all time, John Cena. You tapped out. You tapped out, Chance. Insulted his parenting. I'm the damn champ, says Theory. Theory getting into the ring. He's in wrestling gear. Ray's in wrestling gear. There's a sign in the crowd that says, I believe in Theory. There's also a sign that says, I'm from B-Town. I think we got an a-hole chant, is it? I think we got an a-hole chant. Theory is a cheater, says Nelly Nell. Austin Theory says, where is it at? Apparently you lot are meant to be eating me alive. Where's it at? There are boos for him. You tapped out. You tapped out. Cena chant starts. Cena chant starts up. Cheer for him. He ain't here. Here's a part-timer. I'm from A+ downtown, said Hollow. Ray chants. This crowd is so good. So vocal. I mean, this is your WrestleMania crowd, you know? Turn up on a Friday, stick around for Saturday, Sunday, go to Raw, fly back home tomorrow. They're here for one last good night. The only thing you'll be collecting is your teeth. When I hit you with the 6-1-9, it's going to be a match. It's going to be a match. Let's go. It's happening right now. Theory and Rey Mysterio right now. One-on-one. They didn't say it was for the title, though. Who turns on Roman first? Usos or Solo? Well, I mean, it feels like it's probably going to be the Usos, but I have seen people with theories saying that the person that will beat Roman will be Solo. Solo will be the person. Oh, what? Commercial break? Commercial break? We've gone to commercial. That's cheating. They said the first hour was commercial free. We're only 55 minutes in. Ah, now. What? Have you gone to commercial? We've gone to commercial. What's this? Been lied to. I've been cheated out of 4 or 5 minutes. That's BT Sport for you. You're at picture in picture, are you? Ah, I want my money back, says Big Dudes. Yeah, I want my money back. Well, I'll tell you what, is this the new company? Is it? Is this what Endeavour are all about? Saying one thing and then doing another. I mean, technically they haven't took over yet, but you know. Mitchell said so much for commercial-free hour. UFC X WWE is official. Do you see fighters having matches and wrestlers having fights? I mean, not really, to be honest. I mean, they're different, aren't they? I think, no. Like, UFC is all about finding the best. Dana White has always said that, you know, he's not really interested so much in even the legends. He'll keep someone around maybe a fight or two longer than he needs to, but to be honest, he is just looking for the best. He did try CM Punk, but he concedes now that was the wrong thing to do. So we won't be seeing a repeat of that. But in all fairness, for CM Punk to get ready for his first UFC fight took him a couple of years of training. So the idea that like Roman's going to come over to UFC, unless he wants to put in a couple of years of training, I just don't see it. Whether they could do like a little scripted UFC or something, I mean, I just don't think they would, to be honest. I don't see... it just gets a bit messy, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? I think what you could see is, I said earlier, you could see like UFC do a massive show on a Saturday, and then you could see WWE do a massive show on the Sunday, and then them do like a big weekend event, UFC and WWE, but not so much the crossover. But I do think if there's a UFC fighter that's really charismatic, got a good look, so they're shredded, they're ripped, and they're really good on the microphone. I think if they could offer something to WWE, you might just see that path be a little bit easier now. I mean, it wasn't the most difficult. I mean, Ronda came over from UFC. Obviously, Brock returned from UFC. They looked at Cain Velasquez. He came in from UFC. Riddle actually has a history with UFC. So we've seen plenty of people, Shayna Baszler, UFC. We've seen plenty of people that are in WWE that have come from UFC. But maybe that pathway will just be a little more open. But I think you've got to be the right person. You've got to have the look. You've got to have the mic skills. Your UFC career has, got to be over, I would imagine. I suppose it didn't have to be, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't see much change there, to be honest. I don't see much change there. Ray going for the cover. Is Bayley going to leave? I'm going to miss watching it bounce. Someday, make it clap. Who will jump to AEW? I don't think she's leaving. I took it more that it could be the end of Damage Control, to be honest. It struck me that Damage Control could be getting wrapped up rather than Bayley walking away. So, yeah, no, I don't think it's the end of Bayley. The show has been awful so far, said Brady. 2 a.m. and no surprises. We got the Brock surprise. He's going to be Cody's tag partner. I mean, that was all right. I think there's still plenty of time. What I would say is the first hour being commercial free, you probably don't want to give away too much in that because, as I said, you want to dangle carrots. You want to be like, we're going to do an open challenge after the break. Come back after the break. It's a very important technique. It's a very important tool that you can use to get people to come back from commercials. Because the one thing you don't want is people changing channels during commercial breaks. So I think anything tasty like that you might use to dangle in front of people for commercial breaks. That's why sometimes the commercial-free hours can actually be a little flat. But that one, I mean, it was all right. I know we did get Elias and Amos, and we got a lot of talking, but it was all right. I didn't think that first hour was that bad. I mean, we'll find out people's thoughts in less than half an hour because we'll have halftime scores and we'll see what people think. Lesnar's going to turn on Cody, said Nelly now. People are impatient, said James. Bobby was never in UFC. He was in WWE. He became an MMA fighter, and he was in Bellator, said Shannon. What do you think of UFC WWE joint pay-per-view where they alternate between WWE and UFC fights? Awful. Awful. Wouldn't work. You got two different markets. The people that are into UFC are into sport and the realism, and they bet on it. And they watch, like, you know, they'll do their parlays and, you know, they're different. Well, there's a lot of similarities, yes, but they're too different to combine in a pay-per-view that way. It would not work. And I know that, having watched UFC since the early 2000s, and WWE since the 90s. Theory going for the pin, and Ray getting his shoulder up. I mean, for example, when it comes to UFC, a lot of people really enjoy talking about like takedown defense. They enjoy talking about the technicality side of things, the striking accuracy. There's a lot of statistics involved. You know, significant strikes landed per minute, takedown defense, takedown average, control time, blah, 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 blah. There's loads of numbers and stats and lots to talk about when it comes to UFC fighters. We don't have that in wrestling because it's obviously scripted. You know, we don't talk about how many clotheslines per match does Austin Theory land. They're very different worlds. They're very different worlds. So I think to try and alternate between here's a wrestling match, here's a thingy match, it wouldn't work. It would be a little bit like saying, how about we do one half of American football and then the second half we do soccer? It's like, well, some people might enjoy it if they enjoy both, but the vast majority are either going to like one or the other, to be honest. Dominic and Judgment Day came down. Oh, A-Town down. Ray, 1, 2, 3. So Dominic and Judgment Day with a distraction. A-Town down. Dominic is in the ring. Dominic unloading on Rey Mysterio. Oh, someone's going to have to save Ray, guys. Someone's going to have to save Ray. Dominic staring over at Bad Bunny, pointing at Bad Bunny. Stepping out the ring. Mess him up, Dom. Mess him up. Mess him up. Mess him up, Dom. Mess him up. Mess him up, Dom. Make him humble. Throw a drink over him, Dom. Throw a drink over him. Treat him like you treated your sister. Yeah, look at this. Get him right in his face. Oh, God, man. Mess him up, Dom. Mess him up. Look, Bad Bunny's like, I don't want it, Dom. I don't want it. He goes to walk away. Oh, he said something. Oh, he went for a shot. Bad Bunny down. Oh, now Damian Priest has got to deal with it. Damian Priest grabs Bad Bunny, chucks him over the barricades. Mess him up, Damian. Mess him up. Make him humble. Why are you getting involved, bro? Yeah? Meant to be a fan. Sit there, watch. You douche. He pushes Damian Priest now. Bad Bunny strikes Dominic. Dominic goes down. Clothesline. Bad Bunny goes down. The hottest artist on planet Earth. The shot heard around the world. Make him humble, priest. John, sorry, bud, shout out to you. John said, I could see a Brock turn on Cody. I don't know why. Yeah, it's gaining traction, that is, isn't it? The idea of this turn. Yeah, I don't disagree. Damian Priest is choke slamming Bad Bunny through his table. Ah, wow. Bad Bunny is deaded. Bad Bunny is deaded. He's holding onto his ear. Dominic going back and attacking Ray. So the commentary table is exploded. Crowd are booing. Bad Bunny put through that table. Definitely the match at Backlash. Poor Bunny. Dead Bunny. Honestly, I mean, if there's one thing I cannot tolerate is animal abuse. And that was horrific. Don't move, don't move. He's holding on to his ear. Oh, all of Bad Bunny's fans. Poor Bad Bunny. R.I.P. Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny's going to be laid up next to Shane O'Mac. Brock Lesnar has never been a babyface, says Bob. Where's Peter, says Outlaw Angel. Good question. What if Carlito makes a surprise appearance, said Inside Out and Again. Bunny bye-bye, says Maggie. Bury that bunny. Well, you know, they do say, it should actually go without saying, don't get involved with the wrestlers. The wrestlers are obviously highly trained and, if you are going to hit one of the wrestlers, you probably have got to expect some backlash. No pun intended. Days has missed a couple of super chats. Have I? The chat hasn't been moving quite as quick today, so that's quite interesting. That's good skills, that is, on my part. If I did miss it, then just put it in again. I don't know if it was Nick or someone. I think I've read Nick's, didn't I? And I just read John's. Coming up next, we've got the new undisputed tag team champions, Kevin Owens and Samuel Zayn. Dominic said, imagine Nick Aldis debuts, starts a feud with Imperium and Ilya Dragunov, and Tyler Bate comes up to start a new faction. Wow, that sounds like a lot of things happening. Jax said, I like the two Bugs Bunny cartoons. Yeah, Bad Bunny versus Bugs Bunny. That is a dream match. Elon said, could Brock and Roman create an unstoppable stable and then turn on each other? I mean, it would be a great tag team, but I think they're on different paths at the moment. I am for... Din said LWO are in the back playing with their... that is a really good point, actually. Where was the LWO? That is a really good point. It's a really good point. Sahil said this show is underwhelming so far. Wes said you missed my milestone comment. We need a Lady Garden championship. Paris said the first hour of Raw has been amazing. WWE AEW fan said the crowd is 10 out of 10. Matt, shout out to you, buds. Mr. Unfamiliar said check Sean Ross Sapp again. James, can you just tell me what Sean Ross Sapp's saying, buds? Apparently he sent another tweet, is it? And it sent another tweet out. Apparently it's important. It's going to change the face of wrestling. Sigmund said Virgin Media, Internet and TV seems to be down across the UK. More responsibility as we all tune into this community, says Sigmund. Sigmund, shout out to you. I've got it on BT. So I don't know. I don't know if anyone else is struggling with Virgin. There's probably lots of jokes there. Do you think Bray will return today? I mean, I think there was definitely a chance because he's apparently in LA, but I mean, he is a SmackDown star as well. So, I mean, technically Alexa isn't though. So, Alexa's a Raw superstar, so we could see Alexa. Apparently James, I don't know, doesn't fancy it or something. I'll have a little look, see what he's saying. Sean Ross, I'll have a little look. I'm good friends with Sean. I don't know if I mentioned it. Also, that's also not true. Just going over to Sean Ross app then. Woo boy, that Damian Priest choke slam on Bad Bunny. There's the Bad Bunny and Rey Mysterio versus Damian Priest, Dominic Mysterio setup. Yeehaw. I'm sitting right behind production. They've got, wow. I'm sitting right behind production. They've legit received 3 run sheets in the last 45 minutes. 2 since the show has started. That's interesting. That's interesting. So this dude is sitting behind production and they've received 3 different run sheets. 2 since the show started. Right now, in the United Kingdom, Virgin Media is trending. So it seems like there are issues with Virgin Media. Virgin Media appears to have gone down in the UK. That sucks. That sucks. Someone here saying it's gone down Valencia game. Why would they be playing at this time? Don't know. Do you think Roman's the GOAT? No. I think he is in the conversation, but I can't say that he is bigger than Stone Cold. Who do you think will win out of Roman and Sikoa versus Rhodes and Lesnar? It's got to be Rhodes and Lesnar, I'd imagine. Unless Brock turns on Cody and then we get, Solo or Roman getting the... it could be Brock turns on Cody, Brock walks away, Cody in the ring takes another pin and another loss. I can't wait to see Twitter after that one. Another defeat for Cody. That wouldn't go down well. Paul said, when are we going to get Bloodline versus Cody, Sami, and Kevin? Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I honestly... I thought there was a chance that we could get that at Backlash, but if Brock is about to turn, then are we doing Cody Brock at Backlash? Again, be patient. Let's wait and see. But that does seem like a good match to make, doesn't it? Usos and Roman versus Cody, Sami, Kevin. Does seem like a good match to make. In fact, you could have Usos, Solo, Roman versus Cody, Brock, Sami, and Kevin. That would be an awesome match to make. When do you think Roxanne will be on the main roster? Tonight or Friday, said Dylan. I don't think she's ready. All right? I don't think she's ready. I don't think she's had enough big match experience. She's still very young. She's been in NXT for, a little bit. I don't even think she's been there for 12 months yet, though. And, if you look at her title reign, I mean, we don't know what happened with her title reign, but it got interrupted by something. There was some sort of medical concern. She said that it was something to do with anxiety, which might actually have been true. So I don't know if there's a way of her to deal with that, and if there's a way she can better cope with that. But it doesn't necessarily feel like to me that she's done everything in NXT and she's ready to come up, So I wouldn't bring her up. He took a swing at Dom tonight, so we've got Damian talking to Adam Pearce. So Adam Pearce was upset. Here's Kevin. Time for Kevin and Sami. I mean, Damian Priest is making some really good points here. Damian Priest said, I like the guy, and if I didn't like the guy, you'd have a real good reason to be upset. So Damian Priest's kind of making out like, I went easy on him, man. What I just did was just a little friendly warning, to be honest. Here's Kevin and Sami, though. Uzi said, R.I.P. Bushwacker Butch. Absolutely. We have mentioned it a few times. Don't forget as well, by the way, we are back tomorrow. We're not going anywhere, but we are back tomorrow for NXT. So we will be doing that. Of course, we've got a big Tony Khan announcement on Wednesday as well. So I don't know what that's going to be. And of course, we'll be here on Friday as well. Streams galore. Wrestling with Andy said Brock to turn on Cody and join the bloodline, then do a rerun of the honorary Uce storyline. Let's do it. Right, we've had Rey Mysterio Theory victorious. Now we've got KO and Sami. They are in wrestling attire. Sami's got his wrestling boots on. So does Kevin Owens. Give Dana Brooke a chance. Yes. All we are saying. Give Dana Brooke a chance. Yes. Give Dana Brooke a chance. I love the give Dana Brooke a chance sign. You deserve it. But all of you guys deserve it too. So he holds up the tag title. Crowd are olaying away as Sami is about to say a piece. That was definitely for you, Days, said Supreme Rose. I know, man. Oh, I love Dana Brooke. She works so hard. She might not be someone that people are like in love with. Certainly she doesn't need to be a women's champ, but give her a chance. I completely agree with that sign. Just give her a chance. She did good with the 24/7 belt. It's been a good year for me, said Sami. You booze. Yeah, all the way to the main event of this year's WrestleMania. I haven't had a chance to say this. Is he going to thank us as well? So many people are thanking us. Wouldn't have been possible for me if it wasn't for you. So he thanks the fans. Enough wushy-gushy. No more wushy-gushy. We're here to celebrate. No more wushy-gushy. Is that a thing? Is that a saying? It's probably not a saying. I've never heard it. Wushy-gushy. We deserve it, said Outlaw Angel. Okay. Nothing says celebration. Then a fight? Nothing says celebration like a fight. Okay. I mean, me and Kevin Owens are very different people. Very different people. I mean, I have ice cream when I'm celebrating. If anybody back there wants some, we are right here. Come and celebrate with us. Here's Street Profits. Both of these teams won, didn't they? Cal said, this Raw is boring. Hello, Cal. Hope you well, buds. Bum, 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 bum. So KO and Sami are celebrating. They want to fight. And they call out. Well, they don't call them out, but out comes the Street Profits. Red Bull should sponsor you. Nah, don't need any sponsors. Days, I'm hungry now. I'm going to make some beans on toast. Oh, man, that's the best. I love beans on toast. Here's Street Profits. I feel like Damage Control will interrupt Bianca, but Dakota challenges Bianca, leading to Bayley turning on Dakota at Backlash, says George. I'm down for that match. I'm down for Bayley versus Dakota. I didn't finish writing this, did I? You truly deserve it. They seem insincere. Don't they deserve it? Says Montez. Say yeah. Why does he seem so insincere? But. Tez chance, I think. Is it Tez chance? We're coming off a victory too. That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I feel bad for Dawkins. When they split up, he's going to be left behind. Okay. Daisy, are you enjoying Raw? Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it because it's like, what's happening next? What's happening next? So, I am enjoying it. I think what we've had is probably below what I was hoping for. But it's not, we're not even halfway through, are we? Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. I mean, we got Ray and Austin Theory. It's a fun match. Now we're getting Street Profits against KO and Sami. Is Riddle coming back? I miss him like crazy, says Casey. Yeah, I'm sure he will come back. I mean, the thing is that he went to rehab, apparently. And, I mean, that's a process that you can't rush. The other thing as well is that whenever that finished, if it has finished, and he's gone through that program, you've now got to try and find a way of slotting him back into the programming, the creative, and that can take time as well. So there's a few things going on, isn't there, at the moment? Not going to lie, this just doesn't feel like Raw after Mania, said WWE fan. Maggie said it's 2:25 here in Scotland. Starting to think Jay White could be Tony's announcement, says Gavin. Yeah, maybe. Jake says, yeah, is that a homage to FTR's theme? They started to say, yeah. I didn't pick up on anything. I'm about to go to bed. How boring is this? How many more 30 seconds? Hang on. People asking about halftime scores. Do it on the next one. We'll do it on the next commercial break. Next commercial break. Courtney said, this Raw is great. I think the crowd is great. I think you can't argue with some of the matches. I mean, Theory against Ray, it's pretty good. Street Profits against KO and Sami. Triple H coming out, it's a pretty cool little moment. Roman coming out, Cody, the Cody stuff was like interesting. Edge of the seat, like what's he gonna say? As we said, it was a bit weird going from can I have a title rematch to okay, well, can I have a tag match then? But then Brock came out, so I don't know. I mean, I feel like compared to a normal Raw, I'm being fed. They're feeding me some stuff. It's just expectations are always so high. My expectations was really high for this show, so I think if you had expectations, it was going to be mental crazy, which I must admit I did. It's probably just below that, but I think compared to a normal Raw, I would say it's above that. But again, it's not often you see Roman being on Raw. I mean, Roman being on Raw is a big deal. And Brock about to wrestle his first match on Raw since 2002. It's pretty special as well, isn't it? And Bad Bunny getting messed up. Come on, I'll watch that every day of the week. I'll watch that every day and twice on a Sunday. Bad Bunny being messed up. Yeah. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's some all right stuff going on. But I agree, it's not the mental, let's, reunite the Hurt Business. Here's Jay White, here's Bron Breakker, here's Bray Wyatt, here's Alexa Bliss, here's this, here's that. I agree, it's not that. It's supposed to be a big Raw, said Samantha. Not just slightly better than average. It's a fair point, Samantha. It's a fair point. I would have expected something shocking to have happened so far. The only thing that's told me is that Raw after Mania is superstars shouting it out other than average show. It needs a big second half. Well, I'll tell you what, listen. Think about your scores because the next commercial break we'll do halftime scores. And that's when we can get a real good glimpse as to what you think of the show. Halftime scores coming up next. Can you look up how long it's been since Brock had a match on Raw? They said it's 2002, apparently. 2002, which is mental. We've not had one of those Raw after Manias in years, says Wrestle with Andy. I know, the hope was this was the year it was going to happen. I mean, clearly 2020, 2021 were going to be affected by lockdowns and everything. 2022... we had come out of all of that, but maybe it was still just, they hadn't had a chance to like properly plan it all, So I was giving them the benefit of the doubt for last year, but there's no excuses this year. There's no excuses. Right. And do you know what? If this is just better than normal, at least it's better than normal. A bird in the hand is better than two in the bush, right? I don't really know how that applies, but it feels like it does. We are underway with Dawkins and Sami. Does Bray might be in LA, but is LA in Wyatt, says Dominic. Yeah. Let's go, Wyatt. We want Bray. The cast of Bel Air is there, yes. I thought that was an old show. I thought that had aired at least last year, maybe the year before. Dawkins on his feet. What if Seth comes out and tries to take Kevin Owens from Sami? What do you mean? Kidnap him? Vince is the one that looks like a kidnapper with his little dyed black moustache that he's got. He went OTT with the hair dye, didn't he, old Vince McMahon? He really cranked that up. Sami in control at the moment. If this was AEW, days would be critical, says Luke. Don't know, to be honest, because this is better than usual. I mean, if AEW was better than usual, I would say it's better than usual. This is better than usual. I don't think you'll find too many people disagreeing that this isn't better than usual. I think this is a better than usual Raw. It's just, where are you setting your expectations? Because as we said, if the expectation is that it's going to be this, it's going to be that, it's going to be this, it's going to be that, then I have to agree it is below that. It is below that. But equally, it's better than usual, isn't it? I mean, we're here every single week watching Raw. And this week we've had Roman, we've had Theory and Ray. Now we got Street Profits against Sami and KO. Brock's about to wrestle his first match. Bad Bunny's been messed up, and we're halfway through the show, so we've got another hour and a half. So could still have Bron Breakker. We could still have Alexa. We could still have Randy. There's still plenty of time. But it's a revamp of the original. That one guy said, "You guys overrate Wyatt so damn much." I think with Bray, there's a real appreciation for the fact that he provides something that's not provided elsewhere. I think that's a big part of the appeal of Bray, is that he does give people something no other wrestler is giving them. The kind of really deep, cryptic reading into the Easter eggs and all that kind of stuff. Like, no one else is doing that in Bray's absence. If there was someone else that was doing something even close to what Bray is doing, the clamor for Bray would probably not be as strong. It's just because he's doing something no one else is doing. There's a lot of wrestlers doing the exact same thing as every other wrestler. But with Bray, he does have originality. He is doing something different and original. So, I think that's a large part of the appeal. But it's surprising, actually, that no one else has come along and done something similar. Or, I know that Carrion has kind of leaned into that darker aspect. Same with Schism down in NXT. They've gone into that, like, darker aspect. But no one's doing the deep story, kind of Easter egg, cryptic clue, narrative, cool alter ego. I mean, I suppose you could say that Balor has got a cool alter ego, but Balor, that got took away forever. And the rest of the time, Balor's just in Judgment Day. So, you see the Demon once every, year, 12 months, something like that. And that's it. There's not really anything else. But with Bray, there's so many different things. He's got like the Funhouse he could turn to. He's got the Fiend he can turn to. There's a lot of originality there, which I think is appreciated. But you're not alone in thinking that it's all overrated. A lot of people think he's overrated. There's very mixed opinions when it comes to Bray Wyatt. Michael said Bron Breakker versus Roman Reigns in a future WWE match. Yeah. I don't know that I'm as high on Bron Breakker as some people. I think that he is got a good look. I think that he can talk. He's very comfortable on the microphone. I do think he struggles a little bit with the connection with the fans. The fans aren't going wild for Bron Breakker in NXT. And his match quality is okay, but I wouldn't say it's amazing. I feel like he's got potential, and you can bring him to the main roster and people will be excited to see what they do with him on the main roster. But I think Bron is, dare I say, a big fish in a small pond in NXT. But I think he's a big fish because he's been booked so well. It would be interesting if his booking hadn't been as strong and if he wasn't champion for the past 12 months and he was like in the mid cards and he was just one of the guys on the roster. It'd be interesting if people would view him like they view him now. He has got a good size, but then so has Von Wagner. Do you know what I mean? Von Wagner's even bigger. And Von Wagner hasn't been booked the same way that Bron's been booked. Bron has been booked really strong. He's been the champ for 12 months. He is undeniably the guy in NXT. And some of that booking, I think, has definitely helped him. I mean, clearly it's helped him. So I don't know. I look at it and I'm like, oh, it's interesting, that one. It's interesting. There's a lot of people really like Bron. But I don't know. I don't know what to expect from him on the main roster. I really don't see him being the next Roman Reigns. I really don't see that from Bron. I think when he comes up, he could struggle a little bit. I mean, Carrion was champion in NXT, and Carrion's struggling a bit on the main roster. Don't forget, Bo Dallas was quite a long reign in NXT champion. He came up, he struggled. Shinsuke Nakamura was champion a couple of times, I believe. He struggled. Samoa Joe came up. He was champion. He struggled. Bobby Roode was champion in NXT. He came up. He struggled. Like, I think being the champ in NXT and having that spotlight, they do a good job of making these people feel big. And then they come up to the main roster and sometimes it just doesn't translate. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't translate. So I'm interested to see what they do with him.
Halftime scores.
We'll do halftime scores. I know that we're just coming back from commercial break, but it won't get in the way. All you've got to do is put a number in, haven't you? So we are still underway with KO and Sami against Street Profits.
It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad?
Here we go. Samuel with the 6. Still singing the song here.
I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Right, we've got Scott with a 5. We've got JM Beer with a 4. We got Wisp with an 8. We got John with a 6. Zari with a 4. WWE AEW fan with a 6. Chris with a 6. Justin with a 6. David with a 6. Joey with a 6.5. LD Cool with a 7. Brennan the Rhino with a 6. Coaster Outlaws with a 6. WWE Fan 1000 with a 6. Lots of 6s. In fact, you can see them all pouring in. Lots, look, 5.5, 6.5, 7, 6, 6.5. There's a 10 out of 10 in there. 6, 6, 6, 7, 7, 6. Once the main, it'll be a 7, said Funko. Richie says 7. Royal Days said 6. 4 out of 10, heck no. 5 said KD. 6 said Royal Days. 5 says Antonio. Brian with a 7. KKK with a 6. Carlos with a 6. Zachary with a 6. Cobra with a 5. Kyle with a 5. Lots of 5s. Triple H is in the chat. Even Triple H thinks it's only a 7. I would have thought Triple H would have rated his own show higher than that, to be honest. But according to Triple H, he was in our chat. He's gone with a 7. Douglas White with a 10. Portington with a 5. 6 so far. Hurry up, Hunter, said Jax. Ryan said, what's your score? Well, it's tricky, isn't it? It's really tricky because I do think this is a better than average show. But it's just not an average show, is it? The expectation is high for this one compared to the average show. So it's tricky. It is tricky. I am gonna say this is I'll say 7 for now. 7 for now. 7. Yeah, I'll go 7. I'm being a bit harsh because I think my normal scores are around that, and I think the show's been better than normal. But as we said, I think you do have to take into account the expectation was higher for this one. But is that WWE's fault? Yes, it is. I've just answered my own question. It is. They gave us so many great Raws after WrestleMania in the past. It is their fault. They've set the bar very high for themselves. So it is their fault. Sami is over by the ropes. Wrestle with Andy said 7. Mike's Hard Lemonades out of 10, said Wrestle with Andy. Look at Ford's pants. Okay, I'm going to look at his pants. He has got lovely pants on. They're very sparkly. He's on his feet. He's charging over. He gets caught. It's going to be an exploder suplex into the corner. I don't believe this is for the tag belts. I don't believe it is. They're tearing all over the place. Are they? Cannonball? Are they tearing? I haven't seen them tear. KO. Oh, my God. Swanton bomb. Dawkins makes the save. Skuz was tearing during WrestleMania. I don't know if you spotted that down the side. It was quite obvious, quite big and obvious. Super kick coming in there by Montez to KO. KO goes out the ring. Montez is going to go flying against the ropes, over the top. Oh, man, comes crashing down onto Sami. Crotch chops away there by Montez. Montez climbing up. KO is down. Montez. KO moves out the way. Kick to the midsection. Stunner. Stays on his feet. Stumbles back. It's a little strange because the stunner always puts people down, but because Sami has to hit a haluva now, Montez didn't go down. It's a little strange, isn't it? The stunner always results in people like bouncing in the air. KO hits a stunner now, and it doesn't have that effect anymore because we need them to stay standing for the haluva. I wonder if that's going to be what we're going to see going forwards. It's a win for KO and for Sami. Look at that Swanton bomb, man. Look at that by KO. That is mental. That is so well done. Splitter of Tides says 3 out of 10. Endeavor has ruined this company. Also, where's Tommaso Ciampa been? I feel like I've not seen him in a year. Tommaso was required surgery. He had injuries. I don't know exactly what it was. I don't know if it was his shoulder or his back, but he had injuries. It might have been his knee. It was some part of him. He'd been wore down after years and years of competing. I don't believe it was like a one-off thing. It was like, I think he was told, you really do need to get this surgery now. Because, you've put your body through it, basically. So he has been out for a long time. He went missing around the time that Dexter Lumis came in. Because you might remember he was around before that during SummerSlam when it was Miz Logan. And then after SummerSlam, we transitioned to Miz Dexter Lumis. And it was around that time that he went away to have his surgery. So... it is a win, of course, for KO and Sami. Stunner into haluva. We're seeing Logan. So, Splitter of Tides, shout out to you. Justin said, Days, does this sale mean that we'll see more blood and hardcore matches? It could mean change, but I don't think it will, because if you have got a PG product, then you can reach more advertisers. The cereal brand, for example, that we saw at WrestleMania, they might not want to be associated with a company that's doing bloods and hardcore and weapons and all of that, Advertisers and sponsorships, they're very, very particular about who they associate with, because, of course, it reflects on them, doesn't it? It reflects on their brand. So they're very particular. And so WWE, it's a money machine, isn't it? I mean, look, it's brilliant. We enjoy it. But money plays probably the biggest part in WWE. So I think they'll want to stay PG. It doesn't really benefit them too much to move away from that. So I'm going to lean towards, I don't expect much change in that regard. But anything can happen. Right, we got Seth backstage. Seth is feeling good. Look at those glasses, man. He looks like a fly. I hit the stump, heard around the world, said Seth. He sent them back to the wasteland of social media. Something about tonight is missing. Can't put his finger on it. Wait a minute. He's got it. The party. The party is out there. Play my song. Right, he's coming out. Seth Rollins is coming out. Burn it. Is that Seth's lantern behind? Is that Bray's lantern? I can't see a lantern. I've got a slight delay. I couldn't see a lantern. Those glasses are something else. Right, crowd are singing away. Burn it down. Obviously, they love singing this. Love singing this. Days, maybe an open challenge. Don't think he's in wrestling gear, to be honest. Doesn't look, unless he's going to be able to whip this stuff off, he doesn't look like he's in wrestling attire. He could be confronted, though, couldn't he? Imagine if Switchblade comes out now. This would be great for bringing Switchblade out. Commercial break. I need to go shopping with Seth, says Victoria. Probably cost you a lot of money. There was a lantern behind Seth on the box, says Trent. Okay. I can't say I saw one. I mean, to be honest, I wasn't really looking out, but when it got mentioned, then I was just looking. From the bit I saw, I couldn't see one. But if you're telling me there was one there, I believe you. And, well, how long have we got? We got 1 hour, 12 minutes to find out, haven't we? I need a bit of whatever Seth is on, said CJS 32 HD. Muse 0042, my favorite of all the muses. Shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Welcome. Krista said, this Raw has been okay, but where are the surprises? This is the Raw after WrestleMania. It's a little bit weird. Well, I mean, all I can tell you is on Twitter, on Sean Ross Sapp's site in particular, he just keeps reporting about how many times the show has changed. How many times the production team has been given a different run sheet. So, fantastic tag team match. PW Insider hasn't reported anything about a draft. Okay, so there's rumors going around about the draft. That's Zero News an hour ago said PW Insider have announced that a draft will be the 10th or the 14th of April. Sean Ross Sapp has just said, I have just reached out to Mike Johnson of PW Insider, who has said absolutely not at all. Talent haven't been told anything about a draft. So Zero News is saying PW Insider said the draft would be the 10th and the 14th. Sean is saying they have not said that. No one at PW Insider has said that. Zero News is... Zero News is struggling here. I mean, they. I don't really listen to Zero News, to be honest. I haven't got anything against them, but I know a lot of people do use those for getting their news. Zero News is Brad Shepard, said James. No, I don't use Zero News, so they're not people. It's not one that I use as a source. I wouldn't come on here and say, guys, I've just read this, and it's come from Zero News. We did read one of their reports once, but we were waiting for a Fightful report. Do you remember we did a thing on? No, it wasn't them actually. It wasn't even them. Who did you say it was? It's Brad Shepard, is it? Is that true? I didn't know. I genuinely didn't know that. I heard a rumor it was that Billy guy, the one that had got into a bit of a tiff with Sean. I heard a rumor that it was him. Right, we was at commercial break, by the way. UFC has got a toy deal with Jazzwares. Do you think this will affect figures from Mattel? No. I think the only thing that'll affect figures from Mattel is when it comes to the renegotiation, if they're willing to pay the number that's required. I was expecting Randy, Bron call-up, and a surprise, maybe Jay White, said Nicholas. Do you think Randy will come back? Well, I think there's a chance we could get something in this segment. Seth is in the ring. He's just ended his feud with Logan. Don't forget, it was last year that they turned to Seth when they brought Cody in. We could get something here. Crowd are singing away. Got a fun jacket, hasn't it? Look at all those faces all over that jacket and all over his trousers. This has to be where we get a Raw after Mania moment. Surely Triple H hasn't done us wrong since he took over, says Undercover Manager. Is that it? He's walking away? No, that's not it. Seth Rollins just came out so that the crowd could sing his song and then left. What is going on? What is going on? What the flip was that? What the flip was that? So now we're just having people come out so that we can sing. And then they walk away again. What the flip? We got Bronson Reed interacting with Bobby backstage. Bobby said, "You want some?" I can't do tonight, says Bronson. Eventually, you'll learn your lesson. Ease up, Tiger. I can't do tonight. It's a weird saying, isn't it? Ease up, Tiger. It's very Austin Powers. Ease up, Tiger. This is the most boring Raw ever, said Deadpool Party. This is weird. That was weird. That was weird. Okay. We had Mustafa Ali saying you need to learn to, take your opportunities. Don't take no for an answer. And Bobby was like, so shall I grab you and take you to the ring? And now there's a brawl. So Bobby is brawling with Mustafa Ali. What the hell is this? This show ain't it. This isn't what we want, said Jay. Seems like I wonder if Twitter's reacting the same way. Normally, the community is a very good gauge as to what people are thinking about Raw. Okay, I'll read you the comment. I've just put Raw into Twitter. This ain't Raw after WrestleMania. This is just Raw. This Raw has been bad. Is this truly Raw after Mania? This is a terrible Raw after Mania. This has to be one of the worst post-WrestleMania Raws ever. Bro, this Raw stinks. Vince or Triple H. Creative in WWE sucks. This might be the worst Raw I've ever seen, says Durag. Raw is not hitting. I blame the mustache man. I blame the mustache man. Bobby's won, by the way. Sorry, I forgot to say Bobby's won. Bobby's won. Coming up next, we got Bianca Belair. This is tripping, this show, man. This is tripping. I thought we were doing good till the halfway point. I was full of praise, but we have gone off a cliff here. We're in free fall. We're in free fall. Oh my God, guys. Save the show, Bianca. A song and a squash. That could be the title, couldn't it, for people's post-show reviews? A song and a squash. Alfie said, get a Vince stash at 300,000 subs. I wouldn't be able to pull off a Vince stash as good as the great man. Right, Bobby beats Ali. Mental. This sucks, said George. We're into hour 3. No returns or surprises, says Sem. I want my money back. Dylan said no Bray. Not yet. There's still an hour to go. What if they saved all of the surprises for the final hour? And it's just going to be the greatest hour of WWE. Might just go mental now. Here's Alexa. Here's Bray. Here's Randy. Here's Switchblade Jay White. Here's Riddle. Do you want Naomi? Here's Naomi. Here's Mercedes Moné. Here's CM Punk. Here's Tony Khan riding Brock's tractor down to the ring. And Brock doesn't know, but he finds out, comes down, F5's Tony Khan. All in the final hour. It's going to be sick. Man United Hodge said, this has got to be the worst Raw I've ever seen. Honestly, the moustache is more entertaining than this. That would be awesome, said Aubrey Edwards. That would be awesome, actually. Days at Crypto for Raw, and lights went out during commercial break. They played a White Rabbit song, Lights Out, all arena, but red lighting at the entrance. Really? Well, if that's got to be on social media, hasn't it? They played White Rabbit. Are we doing White Rabbit again? White Rabbit work. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Well, I've got to think that they would put that onto Twitter. I can't see anything for that, but you say that you're actually there. This, if you put in Raw, I'm getting these people going, this Raw sucks. Raw has not been this bad since before Vince left. This is an objectively Raw. Can't see any talk about it, but just skip to the main event, please. Not more Wyatt and White Rabbit nonsense, says Brian. This just feels like a normal Raw. What if Cody pins Roman tonight? It's probably just Vince playing White Rabbit. Well, honestly, I can't see any mention of it, and someone would have recorded it. Surely and dropped it onto Twitter. This is not Raw after Mania. This is worse than Days of Our Lives, said Coaster Outlaws. Bad Raw. This feels like a dark show. WTF is this Raw? Worst Raw ever. Guys, let's not surround ourselves in negativity. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. This hour's going to be sick. Oh my God, you watch this. Here's Roman. Here's Roman. This is terrible, said Hagen does. Wise man. Oh, my cousin's gone. I went to the jet. Wise man. Did you know Brock would be here? Oh, did you know Brock would be here? Look at Heyman, so slimy. How did this happen? SummerSlam was the last match. Brock's got nothing to lose. Roman said it's one of my greatest accolades of all time, smashing Brock Lesnar. Let's do it again, but he does seem upset. Flustered. He seems flustered. I'll tag you in and we'll see who's ready. We'll show Cody who's ready. Solo looks at his Samoan spike, also known as his thumb. The background in promos has had surprises if you look, says WWE fam. Here's Bianca. Here is Bianca. Better than before. I never needed you at all. Eric Bischoff is back. Here's Bianca. She's looking great. I never needed you at all. Dun, dun, dun. I never needed you at all. Watch me shine. I never needed you at all. Days, do you think the Samoan Spike would be more exciting if there was a pop-up before the Spike? I think the Samoan Spike's pretty exciting anyway. I think it's pretty good. We need Tyson and Drew. That'll save it. Go through their greatest hits. They do a lovely American Pie. Okay, Bianca's in the ring. She's not in wrestling attire. EST chants. That's right. I'm still your Raw Women's Champion. So Bianca in the ring. I swear to God, if Sonya comes out, said Sonya. Cooper Weary W said, just joined. How much has happened? Not as much as people wanted, buds. Not as much. Our main event is Cody and Brock versus Roman and Solo. Usos have been told, go to the jet. They're kind of being pushed away. Bad Bunny's been beaten up by Damian Priest. But yeah, there's not loads to report, unfortunately. Here's Rippers. We got Bianca in the ring. Rippers is making her way down. The SmackDown Women's Champion. Kepper said, days, I never needed this Raw at all. Usos lost. I never needed this Raw at all. Ba-ba-bum-bum. Ba-ba-bum-bum. Ba-da. Here comes Rippers. The EST. Raw after Mania is trending. You're just the luckiest woman here in the WWE. These two are being positioned as the top two, aren't they? You're lucky because I chose Charlotte instead of you. It's good. That's a good line from Rhea. It's good. We will get back to this, says Rhea. I will beat you just like I beat Charlotte Flair. This is a big match, man. This is a big match. Rhea versus Bianca could main event. Easy. Easy. I don't even know why I said that. It's a no-brainer. You made your decision for a reason. William said, how do we get Dom defeating Roman at SummerSlam? There's some Roman's lucky that Dom hasn't stepped up, man, and challenged him. He's lucky that he's got his hands full with Ray. One day when you're ready, we'll really see, says Bianca, who is the best. So Bianca and Rhea backing away. It's cool, that is. Just a nice little moment. I don't mind that. Nice little moment. Is this Liv? Liv's coming down. What's this? Tag team action on the horizon. It's Liv and Raquel making their way down to the ring. Oh, Raquel as well. Raquel's coming. Raquel's on her way, isn't she? Look at that little moment where Raquel looks at Rhea. Raquel's on her way. Raquel's on her way. Winners earn a tag title opportunity. Liv and Raquel against Dakota and Io. I tell you what, there's some exciting stuff in the women's division. Raquel is coming. I like that. I really like that. We just saw Bianca and Rhea, and that felt big to me. And then they purposefully frame it. I mean, look at that. That camera is there, and that is being shown to you, obviously, for a reason, where it's Raquel and Rhea right in the entranceway. And Raquel looks and nods and awesome. But what is this Raw? Rhea would suit a nice custom belt. Oh, she would, yeah. She would. This is the worst Raw ever. It's the worst Raw ever, says Big Dudes. Where is Snoop when we need him, said Mr. Meme. This Raw is terrible. I'm going to bed, said Jaden. Well, Jaden, you're going to miss it all, mate. You're going to miss Switchblade and Randy and The Rock. Rock's mum's in the crowds. Yeah, I mean, she does come to shows, so I wouldn't read too much into that. But we need Vince back in the weeds to save this show, said Robs. Expectations were too high, said Dad Stuff. Yeah, I feel like I might have played a part in that a little bit. I mean, I was hyping it up 2 hours before the show started because I really did believe this was going to be... I mean, there was no surprises at WrestleMania, was there really? I mean, where was Randy? Where was Bray? There was no match for Bobby. There was no LA Knights. There was none of that stuff. So it's just like, oh man, they got to be saving it for Raw. They got to be saving it for Raw. They weren't saving it for Raw. Turns out they weren't saving it for Raw. Okay. Oh, look, I mean, look, you know. Yep. This is the Raw after WrestleMania. Thanks a lot, H. WWE lied to us. Inks does literally nothing. Said, do you think they're saving the surprises for SmackDown? Yeah. Saving it for SmackDown. And then when it doesn't happen, it'll be next week's Raw, and we'll be like, yeah. And then it'll be like, SmackDown. Backlash. Money in the Bank. SummerSlam? Yeah, definitely SummerSlam. Saving it for SummerSlam. No, to answer your question, honestly, no, because people come into LA for SmackDown, Hall of Fame, WrestleMania, Raw, and then they go. So really, SmackDown is going to be a not a normal SmackDown, but it will be a normal SmackDown. But it's not normal because we're coming out of WrestleMania. So, you know, new feuds and reaction to what happened at WrestleMania. You know, I mean, I don't know if we're going to be hearing from Charlotte, for example. What next for Gunther, for example. So it's not a normal SmackDown, but it's not going to be drastically different from a normal SmackDown. So I can't make an argument, to be honest, that SmackDown's going to be full of surprises, Switchblade, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. I mean, if what I would say is, say, Bron, for example, if they do want to call up Bron and they think that he suits SmackDown better, then there is a chance that Bron Breakker could be at SmackDown and he might debut there. Here's Cody backstage. Cody, looking great. Looking really good, Cody Rhodes. Jason said the hype from Raw was gone as fast as Shane's injury. That's a real good one. What went quicker, Shane's quad or the hype from this Raw? It was Shane. For me, it was Shane's quad. I mean, that was record breaking. Yeah, very good. Jason, shout out to you. Right, in the ring, we've got Liv and Raquel. They're going to be taking on Damage Control. Damage Control. Yeah. Damage Control. No Bailey, although her name did just flick up on screen. No Bailey, though. Oh, my God, I thought Bailey would come out with them. No Bailey. We got the power. We got the rage. We were in the cage. We've got the page. Io and Dakota. Bailey. What a load of pony, said Matt. Winner earns a WWE Women's Tag Team Championship opportunity. Snoop Dogg is undefeated at Mania. I'm fully expecting no chairs to be allowed to start playing Mustache Man. Ink does literally nothing. Said, when was the last time Brock Lesnar was in a tag team match? I think it was 2002. I'm sure it was. Sean Ross Sapp said that it was him and Ric Flair, was it? Against Rob Van Dam. I can't remember who it was in the match now, but I'm sure he said it was 2002. I'll go on to it, James. Don't worry, buds. Sean said, there's WrestleMania 40 main event right there, Bianca and Rhea. Told you guys, they were great mates. Watches the streams. Let's scroll down and see where we are with Brock Lesnar being the first match. Brock Lesnar's last tag match on Raw was July 15th, 2002. It was him and Undertaker versus Ric Flair and Rob Van Dam. So 2002. Got the power. We got disappointing Raw, said Loopy Girl. Sean, shout out to you, buds. Sean said, did you happen to see WrestleVote's tweets? To this point in the show, it seems pretty accurate. Yeah, about Vince. I would agree. It seems to be lacking a bit of cohesion tonight. I'm just going to the WrestleVotes thing now. I want to read exactly what it says. I'm hearing for the first time in months, tonight's show has a large Vince McMahon feel and presence to it. Big weekend for the boss continues. So that was a couple of hours ago. Tonight's show has a large Vince McMahon feel and presence. Well, it's definitely not gonna change the perception that Vince is good at booking, is it? Tonight's show, people aren't feeling it, and so the fact that word's going around that Vince was behind it. Do you think this is worse than last year's Raw after Mania? I can't remember last year's Raw after Mania, to be honest. What I do remember being disappointed with it last year. As I said, last year was okay. I feel like this year is okay. The problem is the expectation was just high. It was so high. If we'd have gone into this Raw and it was just a normal week and we came into it, people wouldn't be as down on it because, I mean, you're getting Brock, you're getting Roman. We just had a great little Bianca Rhea moment. You've had the Usos being like pushed aside backstage by Roman, which is interesting. It's been a little tease of maybe Bronson Reed and Bobby Lashley, which I know isn't the most exciting thing in the world, but yeah, Bad Bunny's been attacked. Doesn't really do it for me, but there are people out there that will find that entertaining. I find Bad Bunny being attacked entertaining. But, yeah, I mean, compared to a normal Raw, you know, there's several things there. But again, it just keeps coming back, doesn't it? The expectation was just so high. So how this compares to last year, I really don't know. I'd say it was probably quite comparable. I would say it was quite similar. I feel like last year I was underwhelmed, disappointed. But again, last year my expectations were high. I'll tell you this now: my expectation next year it's going to be down in the ground. I promise you. If you are joining us for the Raw after WrestleMania 40, I promise you next year I will say, don't get your hopes up. 2 years in a row now I've got my hopes up. Jason said, this Raw has felt like Vince's stash. Straight AF down the cliff, said Jason. Yes. Yes. This Raw. I think this Raw and Vince's moustache have got many things in common. Delwyn said, I mean, it's been all right, but it does feel flat. Seems like a lot of changes. I like Rhea and Bianca, though. This is a money match right there, either SmackDown or WrestleMania 40. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. I don't know quite how you do it. Certainly if it's going to be champ versus champ. I mean, you'd have to do the women equivalent of Brock Roman from last year's WrestleMania and do champ versus champ, you know? So, yeah, I'm definitely down for seeing that match in a big high-profile spot as well. I want him to have time. I want the match to have a good build. That could be one of the most significant women's matches we've ever seen, because those two really feel like the two. They feel like the two right now. I mean, obviously, Bianca's got wins over Sasha, Bayley, Becky. The only woman of note she's not really beaten is Charlotte and Rhea, to my knowledge. And Rhea's just beat Charlotte last night. So it's like... massive, yeah, huge. And then with Raquel just sort of having a little look, you're like, ah. So yeah, Darwin, I agree, buds. I agree. Portington says, can you book the next Raw after Mania? I would love to give it a go. Could you imagine if they turned around to us and they were like, right, you can do Raw after WrestleMania, book him. Oh God, we would kill it. I'd be like, what do you want to do, guys? Apparently, we're allowed to book it. What should we do? I mean, there's no point booking it now because we don't know what the feuds are. But that would be pretty cool. If WWE want to make money, that's exactly what they would do. They would come to us here, and then we would sort it out. Oblivion. 1, 2, 3. Liv Morgan has won. Has got the pin. It's Raquel and Liv. So there we go. Damage Control. Continue to take L's. Thanks for coming. Oh, Dakota. Dakota's the one that takes the pin. Do you reckon that's the first thing Vince said? I thought I got rid of that one. Didn't I let that one go? Well, she's losing tonight. Next week will be Lita and Becky against Liv and Raquel. There is Otis. There is Maxine. We got the power. We got the rage. We're in the cage. So Raquel and Liv beats Damage Control. The backlash begins. Let's go. It's going to feel good to be bad. Poor Miz is getting jobs. Buried them. Daves, we should make a petition for every Roman title defense to be held in 5 layers of Hell in a Cell with 5 refs, so no outside interference. He'd probably pay the refs. Why wasn't the match last night a number 1 tag team contender match, said Drifter? Because that makes too much sense. Don't come in here with your logic. Don't come round here with your good ideas. I mean, no, you're completely right. That's exactly what it should have been. But what would we have done tonight? Something exciting. These two teams couldn't have won at Mania, but somehow they're now number 1 contenders. Shut up! I'm so upset with you lot and your logic. Just because they lost at WrestleMania doesn't, in 24 hours, they're number 1 contender. Shut up! Makes sense, goddammit, you're fired. Paul Carpenter said, Ronda and Shayna win the showcase. Why are they not? No, shut up! goddamn. You're ungrateful. No, I mean, it's good. Paul, you make a good point as well, but you make a good point. Don't worry about it. Lance said, terrible booking. Why are you guys actually making sense, says LS Dub. You tell him, LS Dub. It's coming around here with your logic. Coming around here with your good booking. Your logical good booking. That's not how we roll in WWE. Thank you. Miz TV as every surprise, says Portington. Miz is going to be in the ring right now. We're going to bring out Switchblade. We're going to bring out Alexa. We're going to bring out Bray. We're going to bring out Riddle. We're going to bring out Randy. All of them. Every single one is coming down to the ring right now for this. Let's go. Let's go. Moldy said the last few Raws after WrestleMania have not been worth the hype anymore. Samantha, shout out to you. Oh, God, yeah, we are doing well, actually, with the likes. 765. That's mental. That is mental. 765 on the on the likes. If you are watching, drop a like. Doesn't really matter. We don't really ever ask for likes on Raws, but what with this being such a big, monumental, historic, well-booked show. Gable Stevenson's going to debut, said Alfie. Don't know what he's doing. He made noises about wanting to go back to the Olympics, Gable Stevenson. So, I mean, he wasn't at WrestleMania, was he? But then most people weren't, so. Rhodes versus Reigns at Backlash. Bloodline banned. The Rock helps Cody wins the belts, says Ashik. Dominic said Sean Ross Sapp. James, can you check Sean Ross Sapp for me, bud? Because I've got a Miss TV thing about to start. James will let us know. Well, booked. John Jones is going to debut. Arash Mind said Breakker is still in the NXT commercial. Check Sean Ross Sapp's Twitter. Oh, guys, I can't do everything. Oh, my God. Ask James to do it. Sean Ross Sapp. Let's have a look. Awesome! Is the Miz? Is Mizzity Miz? Did you all enjoy WrestleMania? Tonight was supposed to feature a couple of triple threat matches that would have served as a tournament for the Raw Women's title. They were scrapped in favor of the tag title contender matches. It makes sense less than Jay White coming in. It makes sense less than Jay White coming in, says Paul Carpenter. Paul, shout out to you, buds. Okay, so Miz is moaning. Let's see where this goes. This is going to be big. This will be the big guy. This is it. We need a surprise, Miz. This is it. I beat Shane so bad he couldn't finish the match. Brilliant. He beat Shane so bad. Do you remember that beatdown? It was brutal beatdown that Miz gave Shane. Brutal. Messed his leg up. He basically ripped that quad out. Oh, finish him. Finish him. Riddle's here! Bro! We get a surprise! Yeah! Bro. There will be no surprises, and there is a surprise. Raw has been saved! Bro. Did he say nearly a year? He hasn't been out nearly a year. What if Randy comes out as well? RK Bro. Bro. Oh, welcome back, bro. Bro. People are broing away. Bro. Surprise! Did you miss me? Ah, Miz wallops him, starts stomping away. Randy. I think there are Randy chants. Quick shots coming in there by Riddle. He looks a bit chunkier, Riddle. I feel like there's more Riddle here than we've seen before. Ah! Bro Derek connects. KP can't even talk. Defo a Vince book him. Bro. We got a surprise. Yeah. Oh, everyone's saying this Raw was rubbish. Yeah. What you saying now? Probably that it's still rubbish, but we just got Riddle back. Riddle saved Raw. Yay. Bro. Matt Riddle saved Raw. Thank God Vince is back. It's the first surprise in 2.5 hours. Yeah, but they're all going to come now. Buckle your seatbelt up now that the surprises have started. It's going to be non-stop. It's going to be surprise-a-mania. Look at this. Bang, 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 bang. Just non-stop surprises. What a time to be alive. Bro. Mid. Where's Orton? Don't know. But I bet he's smiling wherever he is for his bro. There he is. There's the bro. You know, no disrespect. A little bit chunkier. In a good, healthy way. You know, good, healthy way. Nice. Might as well do a quick little video, actually. Because I feel that's the biggest thing maybe so far. There's the Miz. So, big moment during Raw. We've been waiting for a surprise, and thankfully The Miz was here. He provided a lot of the surprise moments during WrestleMania. Well, he provided another moment here on Raw because came out was Riddle. Look at this. Riddle made his way out to the ring, and we haven't seen Riddle since about November, I think it was. It was towards the end of 2022. So Riddle would come down and get into the ring. He got a great reaction. He, of course, would beat up The Miz, and the segment would end with people celebrating. And we did get a surprise on Raw. As we said, we had to wait a little while for it, but it eventually came. So Riddle is back. No sign of Randy. The crowd were chanting for Randy. But no sign of him at this stage. But at least we got some surprise here on Raw, and certainly the live crowd enjoying this moment. Bro. 2 hours 30 for a surprise. The Raw still sucks. Well, you know. Fans are never happy, says Gaming Content Channel. Riddle made it worse, said Aiden. Riddle made it worse. Just when I thought it couldn't get worse, Riddle came out and now I'm crying. Bro, let's be serious. Remember all the debuts, returns in Triple H's run? You can only rely on crowd pops for so long. Instead, a list of releases you need to rely less on. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I would say, though, this is the one show where the fans really do hope for it. This is the one where the fans really do want to see that. Matt Riddle returns on WWE Raw. Okay, we are at commercial break right now, and we have got 25 minutes left. When we go back, they were advertising it was going to be the main event. Of course, that's our tag match. I think there's still chance for one more surprise. I like everyone's thoughts. There was a lot of predictions that we could see Cody being turned on. That could be a big moment. That could be a big talking point. Brock turning on Cody. I think the lack of surprises makes me think that's a bit more, I don't want to say realistic, but certainly I'm thinking there's a strong chance that we could see something along those lines. They're just showing what happened at Stand and Deliver as we get ready for NXT tomorrow. Once a year to ask for moments isn't too bad, said Alan. Main event, Bloodline will interfere. Orton will make the save. Still the best segment was the Seth one. I don't think we can top that, said Zack Ryder fan. Well, you think the Seth one was better than the Riddle thing? I think Riddle coming back's better, personally. Pretty much every time Seth comes out, we hear people singing his thing, and honestly, I don't think anything's getting better than WrestleMania singing his song, so I would vote the Riddle one was better. But each to their own. Ilya Dragunov or Bron Breakker to confront Gunther at SmackDown. Fans are disappointed, so they're being overly critical, said Trini. It's understandable. Expectations were high. The show hasn't lived up to the hype, but by Friday, everyone will be fine again. Okay. Bunny might have suffered a separated shoulder. Hope so. The surprise was, there's no surprises, said Dave. Here's Lita, here's Trish, here's Becky. Jason said, maybe this Raw is for Bloodline return for you. Amazing. To beat Damage Control was also amazing. Oh my God, has she got like a black eye? She seems to have like a black eye, Lita. Becky says that my life feels like it's been on repeat. She seems to... Is her cheek like swollen? She definitely has got a black eye there, Lita. Byron puts his hand out to fist bump Trish, and Trish is like, I'm all right, thank you. Local medical facility. Did they say that? Did they say local medical facility? Vince is back. Is that what they said? Oh, I didn't even hear. Local medical facility. Oh, I was too busy celebrating the fact he was injured. Oh my God, medical facility. My God, guys. Oh, guys. Do you remember, can I just say, you know, all the time people was like, this is Vince booking. Vince is back. Oh, yeah, Vince is back. This is Vince. Every time someone happened, someone didn't like. They were like, this is Vince. Well, I'm willing to accept now that this could be Vince, right? This one could be Vince. If we've got medical facility being used, WrestleVote's reporting that Vince is back there. The deal is now done as well. I mean, don't forget, he's been off dealing with the sale. The sale's going through. So all of a sudden, he's free again. He's free again, isn't he? He's available. He's got spare time again. Oh. Can't we give him some coupons to go somewhere and do whatever old people do? What do old people do? I don't know what old people do. They love buffets, don't they? Don't they love going like to the Golden Corral or White Castle or something like this? Can't we buy in some coupons? Oh. This does feel like a Lince McMahon show. Send him on a cruise. Oh, old people love a cruise. You're right. They love a cruise. Oh, send him on a cruise. One-way ticket. I mean, which doesn't really work if you think about it, because eventually you'll probably come back around to where you started anyway. But we could get a good 6 months with him at sea. Bloodline. So it's Roman and Solo versus Cody and Brock. They gave us the wrong Riddle. The show was meant to be riddled with surprises, says CJazz32 HD. Why, Vince? Things were so good. That was your surprise. Yes. You wanted surprises. Vince is back. Yay! Vince is back booking. Woo!
And his name is... Yeah.
Write this down. Roman is champion until Mania 40. Okay, hang on. What was that? Roman is champion. What was it? Mania 40? 40. Mania 40. Okay. Got that. Vince is 100% back. Asuka, Cody, and Demon all lost. Right, we've gone to commercial break. I just want to cry. Usos lost, and then they get sent off. This is bogus, says Kappa. Days I miss bra and panty matches and Jerry Lawler screaming puppies. Well, Justin, Vince is back. The good times are going to roll, mate. Good times are going to roll. That's exactly what you can expect. We should be having some This Is Your Life segment soon. I'd imagine we'll be having Bobby Lashley might have some sisters returning. So we've got all that to look forward to. There's loads. I mean, I'd imagine there's going to be like some fruit being thrown at people. It's going to be amazing. It's probably going to be like some poo jokes, some pee-pee jokes, toilet humor. You know, all the stuff that we miss. It's all coming, guys. It's all coming. Raw after Mania has lost its charm. Who's letting Vince cook? I know, Triple H, save us, Triple H! Triple H! You're neglecting us! How can he allow this to happen? He thanked us earlier. He came out and thanked us, and he was like, thank you so much, it was amazing, all of this. Little did we know that he was going to screw us afterwards. Little did we know that he was like, putting us in good spirits and everything, because he knew what was about to happen. Guys, just know that I love you. Just know that you mean so much to me. Thank you so much for everything you did at WrestleMania. You're the best. I love all of you. Never forget that. You're the best. Love you. Thank you. Love you. Love you. Bye-bye. Love you. Love you. Bye. Love you. Love you. Love you. Love you, guys. Guys, you're the best. Guys, love you. Love you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry! Is everything all right with Triple H? I'm sorry! Ah! We probably should have known that something was wrong with that intro, to be honest. No wonder he was soaking up the final adulation from the fans, standing in the corner like with his arms in the air and the crowd cheering, because he knew he would never hear those cheers ever again. I can only imagine he's just crying backstage. He's got his headset on. He's sat next to Vince and there's just tears just rolling down his down his face. Vince is like, are you crying? He's like, no. Oh. Seth, just go to the ring and sing in the ring, would you? Am I doing anything else? No, just go and sing. Just is that what we're asking him to do? Just sing in the ring? Yeah, just sing in the ring. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. I'd love a camera back there right now. That's the documentary I want. I want to see Triple H and Vince sat next to each other during this show. I want to know the conversations that are being had. Oh, Mason said if Vince is back, at least NXT is going to be great. What, we're going to go back to 2.0 NXT? Come on. Come on. NXT 2.0, the coloured logo's coming back. Yeah! Guys, you can either be upset by it or you can learn to embrace it. It's up to you. I, for one, welcome our new overlord, who just happens to be our old overlord. I think Triple H might have gone somewhere after saying we are not going anywhere, said Dominic. Brock said if Vince is out, I'm out. And then he came back today for the segment. Of course Vince is back, says Nikki. It was good whilst it lasted, said Spider Pig. What? Right, here's Cody. Is Solo ready to beat Roman, said Deadpool. I don't think he's ready to beat Roman. Wow, look at that. Oh, wow, that kid, man. The kid got the weight belt. He's like... That kid won't think this Raw's trash. Or maybe he does. He just got the weight belt, but maybe he still thinks it's a below par show. I was expecting a refresh of the roster, said Undercover Manager. Well, guess what? It didn't happen. Turn the lights off. The party's over. Jill Parnio said NXT 2.1. Yeah. It is. It's 2.1. Is the beast. Throw the belt back, kid, said Big Dude. Goodbye, Oro Mensah. Has Oro Mensah left NXT? In fact, I haven't seen Oro Mensah in a while, actually. The Beast making his way down. I had a list of things that I wanted from the show, and people are now trolling me, saying like, I can't believe you were so optimistic. I'm a dream. What can I say, man? I'm a dreamer. I'm a flipping dreamer. How can you complain about Roman and Brock are in a tag team main event? This is star power, said Wisp. Paul said, I'll be coming off, peed off, not in character, all happy if I was a wrestler that just lost the main event of WrestleMania for the championship. That's a good point. We've only got 10 minutes. Have we only got 10 minutes? 10 minutes? Ten minutes, and there'll probably be a commercial. Why Solo always look like he's holding in a desperate poo? He probably is. Probably is. I would have a desperate poo if I was in the ring with Brock Lesnar. Mason said, I bet a few people packed their bags when they heard. Nightmare. Cody Rhodes. Brock picks up Cody. Oh, F5 to Cody. Brock F5's Cody. Damn, man. Brock, you was meant to do that in 10 minutes time, you douche. What's he done that now for? Brock F5's Cody Rhodes. This is the greatest Raw ever. Brock grabbing Cody. Where is the moan meter? Well, the moan meter just got F5, Sam. It just got F5'd. Oh, I can't believe it. But I can believe it. That's cool, man. That is cool. Why has he done it so early? Is he going to mess him up for 8 minutes? Is there going to be an 8-minute mess up? He's kicking him in the head. Oh, Brock. Standing over Cody. Boot coming in there by the Boost. Oh! Hey, is someone going to make the save? Is someone going to make the save? Someone's going to save. Yeah, someone might save. Not only have we had the turn, could someone save? Because why would you do it so early unless you're going to have 8 minutes of Cody being destroyed? Roman and Solo have got out the ring. We still didn't get the flipping Brock match. This isn't a match. He still hasn't had a match on Raw since 2002. Brock grabbing Cody. Cody flops out the ring. Oh, I don't know that anyone's making the save. Has Cody got any friends? Does anyone like Cody Rhodes? Does anyone like Cody Rhodes? Why is Cody being destroyed? Oh, God. Suplex City. Come on, Bron. Come on, Randy. Randy. Oh, my God, Brock. He's picking up Cody. We've still got 7 minutes. Oh, my God, into the timekeeper's area. Oh, my God. Cody Rhodes. Ding, ding, ding. Right, well, he's rung the bell. He's got a chair. And the chair wow, that's a good throw, man. That is a damn good throw. That chair. That chair just went. Cody Rhodes in the timekeeper's area. We need Stone Cold. We need The Rock. We need CM Punk. Rock's got the ring steps. Drives it into Cody Rhodes. The ring steps go in the ring now. Oh, God. We've still got 6 minutes to go here. Cody Rhodes is down. So, surely someone. Why doesn't the locker room come down the strength in numbers? Why does no one like Cody? Where's Kevin and Sami? What are they doing? Are they looking at it going, I mean, we'll help him with the Usos, but... Oof. Oh, God. F5. Oh, into the commentary table. I tell you what, Cody's having a great tour around the ringside area. Here's the timekeepers. Here's the barricade. Here's the commentary table. Do you want to see the concession stand? Do you want to see where you buy merch? Been chucked all over the place. Oh, scenes, absolute scenes. Inks does literally nothing, said Brock is the new member of the bloodline. Do you know what? It's going to be revealed now that he's actually Samoan and he's always been a member. And that's going to be such a dramatic moment. And then next week we'll have a DNA test and it'll prove it. And it turns out he's Rikishi's lost son. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Cody is down in the ring. This is terrible, said WWE and AEW fan. Well, it is if your name's Cody. We got ring steps in the ring. DNA. F5 onto the ring steps. Oh, make it stop. But don't keep going. Look at the beast. Look at the beast. Yes. Standing over Cody. I mean, it's been a bad weekend for Cody Rhodes, isn't it? I would say the last 48 hours it's been quite the ride. It's been quite the ride for Cody Rhodes. The Beast looks like he's going to be exiting the ring. No one came to help Cody. Turns out it's Cody No Friends Rhodes. Maybe that's what happens when you leave and start up a rival company. I don't know. But Brock gets out the ring, starts walking away. The referees are checking on Cody. Are you injured? Cody, are you hurt? I've been better. I mean, I can't breathe. Okay. Brock's walking away, but he's decided to go back because, you know, lols. And don't trust Brock. Brock, what's Brock doing? He's chasing people away. He's grabbing a chair. Yeah! Make him humble. Make him humble, Brock. Yeah! Take that. A. E. W. This is for Tony Khan. This is for the Young Bucks. Screaming at him. Oh. Triple H revenge. When you destroyed that throne. Triple H says hello. Oh, well, that was a thrill ride, wasn't it? Oh, that woman looked gutted. That man looks gutted. I like Cody, but I needed some entertainment today. Don't judge me. There was, do you know what I mean? There was, we were all seeing the same comments in the chat. There was a severe lack of entertainment on this show. Do you know what? This crowd have sat there probably a little bit like, oh, I was hoping for a better show. So I was hoping for some surprises. We haven't given them any surprises. And now what we're doing is we're sending them home in tears. Oh, this is the best form of entertainment. This is the best form of entertainment. Oh, a couple of fingers being stuck up there by Brock. Mom, do you think we'll get some surprises? Well, I hope so. We've got the main event to go. We'll see. Mom, why is Brock doing that? Make it stop, Mom. Make it stop. Yeah, he messed him up, man. Messed him up. If you are just joining us, Cody Rhodes currently thinks he's in New Japan. Svarta Branda said, Vince says, welcome back, Brock versus Cody. Money in the Bank. Wrestler with Andy said Heyman is in cahoots. That's interesting, Wrestler with Andy. Alfie said, that is a 10 out of 10 Raw on the planet. Triple H is on it. Well, I'll tell you what, I need to do a video on that because I just like to. But we'll get people's scores as to what they thought about that show. So let's get the poll up, shall we? 72775. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow for NXT, which hopefully should be good because it's the fallout from Stand and Deliver. Maybe Brock can mess some people up there as well. Let's go, Brock. Terrible booking. Right, the poll's up. The poll is up. Just like a Blue Chew advert, the poll is up. And right, got that. How can Lesnar be in the bloodline? He doesn't fit. I don't think he's in the bloodline. I don't think he's in the bloodline, but I like what Wrestle with Andy just said. He said, like, you know, it could be a case that Paul Heyman has arranged this. Obviously, I don't know if we would do that. I don't know if Heyman's involved. I don't know if it's going to be a case that this is Brock just acting up on his own. But that's a cool image. That's a nice image. Yeah, get in your scores. I'm going to do a super quick video. And then we will have a look at the results. Feel free to put in your thoughts. Look at that. That's not the image that I thought was the cool one. There's a nice image in there, though. Right, let's do a quick video. Massive moment at the end of this week's Raw, and it really was somewhat special because we had about 10 minutes left of the show, and I was wondering how we were going to do like a tag match, a tag match that had Roman and Solo and Brock and Cody in such a short space of time. It felt like it was going to be a little rushed. Well, the answer is we didn't get the match because you can see Cody is posing, but out of nowhere, Brock Lesnar, his partner, grabbed him, would put him into an F5, and he would deliver that F5, and he would go down, and the turn was complete. Brock Lesnar, who has been a face for a while now, turning heel and absolutely brutalizing Cody Rhodes. I cannot do this justice. Cody was being chucked into the timekeeper's area. He was being chucked into the commentary table. He was being chucked all over the ring. He was being F5'd onto some ring steps. This was a 10-minute beatdown. It was absolutely brutal. It was brutal. He just kept on attacking him. It's going to be really interesting to find out why. It's going to be really interesting to find out what the motivation was for this. I don't know that we'll get any answers on Friday. We might have to wait until next week. But yeah, there's every chance Brock's going to get suspended as a result of this. It really was a brutal beatdown. But more likely, we are building towards a match potentially at Backlash. Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar. And that is a money match. It does raise the question of what would be next for Roman, though. But maybe Roman takes a little time off. Maybe Roman won't be at Backlash. And the main event of that show is going to be Cody and Brock instead. But these are all just initial thoughts. What with this only just happening. But big moment on Raw. To end the show, Brock turns on Cody, setting up a massive feud. I love that image, that one. That's the one I was talking about. I know a lot of people might not think it's very good because it's a bit blurry, but I sort of like the action shot of it. That is, it's quite a powerful image. Quite a powerful image. Right, keep getting your thought. Wow, we've had nearly 865 votes. That is mental. That is mental. Let's see if you can get to, if you haven't voted, get a vote in. We'll see if we can get to 1,000, which for a Raw poll would be crazy. I think it shows, and I think that even with that at the end, WWE might have just missed a step, because I think there was a lot of interest around this show. If you see how many people were joining us for this Raw, it shows that there was an extra level of interest here. And then, like, you can see how many people are voting. It's just, you can tell when there's a buzz, and there was a buzz for this show. So what they delivered, was it enough? Is that going to be enough for people? Are people going to be happy with what they just watched? Don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what the reaction to that is going to be. Brock Lesnar attacks Cody Rhodes. They use Brock to show what direction WWE is going forward, said DCB. They saved the surprises for next year, said Tina. Well, that's good of them. I mean, it is important to think well in advance. So for them to not give us any surprises this year, just so we have even more next year, that is actually very kind if you think about it. 36% lower than 575, said Duff UK. Is that where it's at? I was waiting until we got to 1,000 before I clicked and had a look. Okay, people aren't feeling it. I thought Bad Bunny went through the table. Several people went through the table tonight. Bad Bunny did as well. So yeah, Bad Bunny did, but Cody did also. Nick said, how did Cody go through the table? I think it was F5, wasn't it? I'm sure it was an F5 through the table. He went through the table hard. Are they going to put Cody over Brock? I mean, I would have to think so. Doesn't really make much sense to have Brock go over, or at least not in my opinion. Norma said -1 out of 10. Did it freeze for about 10 seconds? What, the stream? Might have done. Matthew said, Days, Roman's next appearance is SummerSlam. I'm done with this company. Okay. I mean, I don't work for their public relations, but I'm not down on Brock and Cody. I think that's pretty fun. I think that's a pretty fun match. So I think there's some stuff here. Obviously, Riddle's back. That was kind of nice. Tony Khan announcement. The Khan family has purchased Endeavor. Jay White is going to debut on Ramp. Could you imagine if they had? Lol. Days, R.I.P. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes attacked by Brock Lesnar. WWE Raw news. Put that on Twitter and then we'll have a look at the poll, see what people are saying. No way. What a shocker. Who could have saw that coming? Not me. It was a huge twist. I think maybe, just maybe, it saved this Raw, says Evan. Vince never forgets Cody. Boomers are the future. Boomers unite. Boomers rise up. Right. Let's go over to the poll and we'll see what the percentage is. It is 24% say 8 to 10. 22%. Let's close that. 24% say 8 to 10. 22% say 7 to 775. 19% say 6 to 675. 36% say 575 or below. Wow. I mean, my halftime score was a 7. It was definitely dropping. I think we could have got down to a 6. I think I'm probably going to finish on a 6.5. I'm probably going to finish on a 6.5, so I would be in the 6 to 6.75. I think this show has a fair bit in it if you actually go, well, we got that. But again, they're not the big surprises. You know, it's one thing for Roman to not let the Usos into his changing room and for that to be a bit of storyline development. It's another thing to have Switchblade Jay White come walking out, you know? So compared to expectations, I can understand people being disappointed. No Bron Breakker, no Randy Orton, no Bray Wyatt, no Alexa Bliss. To my knowledge, no teases either in that regards. I mean, I didn't even see any teases for Bray. There was nothing here. I mean, he's literally just fallen off the edge of the planet. If you didn't go on social media and see that he'd been spotted in Florida or that clip of him in the car, he's just fallen off the edge of the... No one's... WWE haven't said anything. I was going to click on latest to see if anyone was talking about Bray. But to my knowledge, I didn't see anything. I know there was some that were saying there was like little things in the backgrounds. So there was the lantern that got mentioned, but honestly, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anyone talking about it. Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar's got... I've just been sent a DM by Brock Lesnar, which is really cool to hear from Brock. Brock's just sent me a message for... because he's seen that a lot of you don't like this show. So he's just sent this through. Let me put that there. Yeah, that's come through from Brock. That's come through from Brock. Brock just wanted me to send this over to all... Hang on, let me read this. All dem haters. Days, love your work. That's really kind. Can you show this to all dem haters? Yeah, well, I'm not gonna argue with Brock Lesnar. So yeah, that's from Brock right there. That's been sent over by Brock Lesnar. Shout out to Brock Lesnar, who did a great job with that beatdown tonight. I think we can all agree with that. So yeah, 36%. We've had 1,161 votes. 36% of people say this was a 5.75 or below. What we're going to do is going to stick around for, I reckon, about 7 minutes. Stick around for about 7 minutes. I want to try and read as many comments as possible and see what people are saying. Kappa said it's because Brock had to fight a Moss whilst Cody gets high-profile title fights. In the words of Dolph, it should have been me, is what Brock is thinking. You could be right. That could be the motivation. Jojo said this is a PG show. It's a PG image. It's a PG image because I just got it from a PG show. WWE Raw. Listen, I'm always thinking ahead. If it's allowed to be on Raw, it's allowed to be on the Raw stream. That's the way I operate. They showed it. It wasn't my fault, was it? They showed it on the episode. Zachary said, this makes perfect sense. Brock is mad because if Cody won, he would be able to challenge for the title again. But since he lost, Brock is still not eligible. So he's upset with Cody because Cody didn't win. And so now that means that Brock can't get the title opportunity. And so he's taking his frustrations out on Cody. Vitamin Protein said, where the heck was LA Knights? Yeah. Camblog said, do you think they wasted an opportunity for a return for the tag match? I don't know that they wasted an opportunity. I mean, I suppose they did, but I mean, listen, if they had a plan to bring anyone in on this show, they would have been on this show. So the only person that would have been in that tag match would have been Riddle, because that's the only surprise we got. I don't think that they have, say, I don't know, Big E or Randy or Bron or Carmelo Hayes or whoever backstage, and they've said, sorry, we just can't find anywhere for you. We just don't know how to bring you in. The fact is, what you've just seen is what we were meant to get, basically. I don't think they've got people backstage that were gonna come in that never did. So the only person that you could have put in that mystery position that would have been an actual surprise would have been Riddle, because that was, to my knowledge, the only surprise we got. So I don't know. I mean, look, Randy was meant to be there, but I can only presume that he was meeting, and he was there for a meeting. I mean, it makes sense him being at WrestleMania, of course, but I think there's obviously a lot of disappointment there. People wanted to see him obviously back, but the word was he's nowhere near ready to return to the ring. So if he was going to appear, it was going to just be hello, how you doing? Or make his presence felt, or cut a promo, give us an update, something along those lines, you know. Maybe Bray was in LA for that same reason. Perhaps Bray is there to, you know, touch base and kind of talk to Vince or talk to Hunter, or, you know, maybe that he's there for meetings as well. So some of this excitement that we've had, it might just turn out that they were there for meetings and that they, you know, were never meant to actually be on the shows, and there was no plans for them to be on the shows. Don't know, man. It sucks, doesn't it? It does suck. Definitely. Now we've had all 3 days, WrestleMania, night 1, night 2, and Raw. I think the general consensus is that we expected more surprises out of those days, expected more shocks and whatever, but I don't mind that shock at the end, though. I don't mind what we just did with Cody. I really don't. I think that was pretty fun. Star Trip Trooper said we did get -1. Sloz said maybe Brock is a heel for a little, but turns babyface and will be on Cody's side at SummerSlam. Rick said AEW is better than WWE. GWF Network said, what I want to know is, did Brock just beat his way into the bloodline, the title picture, or just a match with Cody? I think it's just the match with Cody, to be honest, because they've said that Roman and Brock is done. That was the final time. So I don't think that him beating Cody is going to get him back into the match with Roman. He's had his chances. I mean, we've seen Brock and Roman so many times. We wasn't even meant to see it at SummerSlam. We wasn't even meant to get that match. It's only because of Randy's injury that we had to find an alternative, and Brock was that alternative. So I can't see that we're building towards another Roman Brock match, to be honest. I think this is just a fresh feud for Cody Rhodes. Runner said, I think they're recreating the Cena WrestleMania 28 story. Cena lost to The Rock, and the next night, Lesnar returned and turned on him. Cody lost at 39. Lesnar returned and turned on him as well. JK Fam said, it was rubbish. I was here until 4:16 in the morning. I stayed up to watch it, but it was boring. Tommy said, LA Knight will carry WWE. If the worst booker in history would actually use him. What happened to Mustafa Ali? He got beaten up by Bobby Lashley. Did Cody eliminate Brock at the Rumble? Did Cody eliminate Brock at the Rumble? That's an interesting question. Royal Rumble 2023. Let's have a look. It'll be on Wikipedia. Did Cody eliminate Brock at the Royal Rumble? I'm just going into the Wikipedia page. Let's go down. Brock Lesnar was eliminated by Bobby. Eliminated by Bobby Lashley. So no. Cody eliminated Logan. He eliminated Braun. He eliminated Austin Theory. He eliminated Dominic Mysterio. Maybe that'll be the next feud. And he eliminated Gunther, but he didn't eliminate Brock. Good thought, though. Isn't the Saudi show 1,000 days for Roman? I don't actually know when. I don't know the exact date of the 1,000 days. I've said as well, though, I think 1,027 is more important because that's the Pedro Morales records. And so 1,000 days is a nice round number, but 1,027 means Roman moves up another place. So we need to, for me, if it was to end on 1,001, I actually think that'd be really frustrating because he would only be 26 days from moving up another spot. He'd actually replace Pedro Morales in the all-time list. So I think we need 1,027. In my opinion. Jojo said Roman will pass that 1,027. I came back after 4 years away for the Cody journey. Mania Night 2 deflated my hype, said Patrick. Raw after Mania has got me unsubbing again. Aww. Sometimes WWE are just their own worst enemies, aren't they? They're just their own worst enemies. Big Time Baxter said, the thing with Raw among Twitter is eat, sleep, watch, complain, and repeat. That's actually a really good point. That is my mantra as well, in all fairness. Trini said, do check out the video of when Raw went off air. Check out the video of when Raw went off air. What's that? Raw. Let's go Raw. Is it doing the rounds on social media? Everyone at Raw tonight, and they've got that picture of Brock sticking the fingers up. I don't think I've been tagged in it. That image of Brock is doing the rounds, though. People are loving that. What was it, Trini? What was the video? Because it hasn't reached me yet. Hasn't reached me yet. I'm looking for it as well. I can't see it. Trini, you're ahead of the curve. You're ahead of the curve. A new era is definitely coming, and it's starting with Cody, said 3D1K3. It's just Cody walking away. Oh. Oh, Trini! Is that all it is, Trini? What, Cody getting up, walking away? Trini! Have you swerved me? I thought it was going to be so much dramatic. I thought Bron Breakker and everyone had flipping arrived. Triple H brought too many people back before, said Keaton Andrew. That's the image Vince has to anyone that watches, says Spider Pig. It's official. Cody is not winning the title until they are split. Trini said it's on YouTube. The crowd changed Cody. Crowd cheered Cody for 4 minutes straight whilst he tried crawling to the back. He tried crawling to the back. Why? He's on his literally like this, going all the way up the ramp. I want to see that. If that's what he better be crawling. You've used the word crawl. He better be if he's walking, right, and he's a bit like, like that doesn't count. It's got to be hands and knees, literally like, I want to see I want it to take him like half an hour to get from the ring to the back as he like battles his way. I will be watching that clip, and if you've lied to me, I've got zero tolerance for that. Coley said to make Cody a fan favorite and build him more for a rematch with Roman after he beats Brock. Brock beat Amos, my dream match complete, said Trey. Jojo said, don't get your hypes up too much for Bray on SmackDown. He is out with an illness. If Vince sold the company, why is he still there? He's still connected. So he sold the company. But first of all, the sale doesn't go through until later this year. So right now, literally nothing has changed. The sale hasn't gone through yet. It will go through, but it won't go through until the second part of 2023. Once it goes through, Vince is still going to be around because there's a new company that's going to be in charge of WWE, and Vince is the executive chairman of that company, that new company. So Vince, he will still be in control, in charge. He just won't be the owner anymore. The owner will be Endeavor because they've got 51% controlling majority now. So yeah, it's a little complicated, but bottom line, Vince ain't going anywhere ever. Ever. You can try getting rid of him, but he won't go away. There's no getting rid of him. Honestly, I should imagine there's a lot of people. Triple H, when he closes his eyes, probably sees Vince. Probably when he opens them as well, Vince is right there in his face. He just won't go away. Alex said, I don't want Vince to be dead. That's heavy. But can he just go away? Listen, we said it earlier. Buy him tickets for a cruise. Old people love cruises. Trini said, Vince is like a bad rash. My farts stink. Said, Vince will leave when he's gone. And I mean, gone. No, you're wrong. He'll haunt the WWE. Honestly, they'll be sat in Gorilla and all of a sudden he'll turn around and they'll be like, ooh. Push Von Wagner. Woo! Yeah. There's no getting rid of him. Both WWE and Endeavor stocks took big hits today. They will bring back the laptop where Vince can talk through. Yes. Cody stumbled up the ramp, dropped to his knees as fans chanted his name, said Flying Scott. Well, listen, I was told crawled. That's what I was told. I was told crawled. So any less than crawled, and I am kicking off with Trini. Right, we got... Oh, man, I've gone massively over, haven't I? 3 minutes, we'll get till past. Smurfy said, I sent the video. Thank you. I will check it out in a sec. John said maybe Vince has a clause put in the contract where he sticks around as a consultant, but they won't bother to ever get him to consult on anything. They ain't going to do Vince like that. Vince would see through that trick in a hot minute. He's actually the executive chairman. Like he is in a real serious position in this new company. So he ain't going. There's no consultancy. It's executive chairman. Blaze said Sale isn't even final yet, and I want to give all for Bray's supernatural stuff. That's a good question. So I mean, look, Ari said that he is not going to get involved with creative, right? So Ari said that whatever they want to do, they do because it's been working, and we're not going to get involved in that. I mean, what I would say is that if some storyline was happening that I think was bringing like the company into like disrepute or whatever, like the Katie Vick story, there might be a word that's like, you don't want to do that. But I think anything like supernatural or whatever, I don't think it's going to be a problem. To be honest, I mean, they're gonna leave WWE alone, or seemingly this is what they're saying, to do whatever they want to do, just like they allow Dana White to let UFC do whatever they want to do. So I think they're going to be really good owners, to be honest. In regards to, I don't think they're going to really force much change with the product that we see. I think what their interest is can we get better TV deals? Can we get better sponsorships? Is there any other opportunities, other avenues, like maybe, worldwide exposure? Is there opportunities there? They're really business. They're really high level. They're not worried about Bray being supernatural. They're kind of operating above that. So I wouldn't worry too much about that, to be honest. I can't say for certain that there won't be any sort of, you can't do that type thing. But no, I think just because they're partnering with UFC and UFC is real, I don't think the parent company's going to say that WWE has to be super real. So no, I wouldn't worry too much about that. Slaz says Vince versus Days Linda as special guest referee. Right, we're done. I said we was going to stick around till past, and we did. That was a 5.5 hour stream. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it as well. It was not the show that many of us were hoping for, but listen, we still got some talking points. And even if the show wasn't quite what we wanted, even that's still a talking point. So, it is what it is. And we move on. We move on to NXT tomorrow, which hopefully is going to be a lot of fun. But if you're only interested in the main roster, then, of course, we will be back on Friday with SmackDown. We'll be here for the SmackDown watch-along. And, of course, we will start early for that as well. We'll start an hour earlier than usual. That's not going to be the norm. We did it today for obvious reasons. And we'll do it on Friday as well. So we will start early for that. So awesome, guys. Appreciate the support as always. Really, really do. As I said, hope you enjoyed it and got something out of it. And hopefully I see you again next time. Bye for now.